Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Once again, this is Calabasa along with Crumpled. We're ready to cast the second round two of the Grey Ogre Games Tavern Hero Qualifier. And so in round two, we are going to be streaming Storm versus Yuri, and we'll just wait for them for a short while while they set up. And once we get into the game, we will start.
Do we have their lineups?
We do not. I saw at least one Reno Mage. Yeah, I wish in future actually I can go ask. I should go ask lah. I'll go ask in future for the three decks that they are playing. Yeah, the three classes. Yeah, it's table 5. Yeah.
Reno Mage very popular recently.
Is there any reason for that?
Well, the deck lists have just started becoming more and more refined. Even now, it's still undergoing a lot of changes. Because there's so many different ways you can go about Reno Mage. There's 3 main ways. Well, let's just focus on this game for now.
Okay,
so we have a priest versus a warrior. Could it be a pirate warrior or control warrior? That's the question.
Okay,
and
sorry,
for pirate,
I got tell Yuri to enable spectate.
He invited.
Okay, he did invite us. That's great. Okay, so now we see it's a.
So the question is this
it's
dragon
not,
or
it's not actually
priest?
Pirate Warrior.
It's control.
It's a control warrior.
Whenever I see a Magni Bronzebeard, I always think it's control warrior because
Magni is manly. He will not
not
defect to the dark side.
No, it's mostly because control warrior is such an expensive deck. And then
it looks like we have a visual glitch. So we'll be back. We'll be right back. We'll be right back.
But Magni, you have to pay money to get the Magni. And control warriors, we all know is wallet warrior, so it's you gotta pay lots of money to play that deck.
That's right. Okay, so they have invited us to spectate the game. So sorry for the technical difficulties. We'll see what Storm
on the
has.
warrior side.
Now we're on the warrior side. Okay. So Ali Armor Smith is so good against aggro, but unfortunately this is not one of those matchups where it shines. The Ali Armor Smith is just kind of
Dragon Priest can be kind of considered as a semi-aggressive deck. Of course,
true.
They do run all the late game threats like Draconic, late game value cards like Draconic Operative. So, the main problem with things like Ali Armor Smith is it just dies to Bookworm and Shadow Pain without generating any armor.
That's right, and the 5 mana is very costly for such a small minion, so the priest can get a lot of value a lot of tempo off of that. So we do see that this dragon priest does play Twilight Drake.
It's been finding its way into a lot of lists recently. It's just quite a resilient minion. Tends to have more health than 5.
It's also good in a priest mirror because it's hard to deal with 4 attack minions. So I'm just reminded of a time when constructed decks would actually play 1 Chillwind Yeti when only the base set was around, because priest was such a dominant deck in the format.
Was it?
Yes.
Well, Chillwind Yeti was just the best minion for the stats.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. It was a 4 power minion for 4 mana. You couldn't get very much of that in the base set.
And we have the operative easy pick.
Oh yeah, easy. So
how many operatives will he play this game?
Operative counter is 1, so yeah. Operative counter will be 1. 2 so far at the least.
So he should know by now that it's control warrior after seeing the bash.
Yep.
When you see the acolyte, maybe you're still thinking it could still be some weird kind of.
The Storm boost is going to be really good here because right now none of the minions on the warrior side, on the warrior's hand.
The Storm boost you want to save for Gorhao because control warrior always runs Gorhao now. I think.
The brawl's pretty big for the warrior too here though actually.
The Dragon Priest should be smart enough to hold back a bit, and even if he doesn't hold back a bit, he just has so many minions. I don't think he can really lose to Brawl.
You can see he's just holding
Of course, the Dirty Rats are going to combo with the Brawl, so you get to throw out a few more minions into the Brawl, but not sure. Of course, he would like to pull the operatives before the priest plays them. So I don't know if the priest is actually gonna it's correct for the priest to play the operative because of how threatening Dirty Rat is. If the Dirty Rat pulls out the operative, you're just losing so
that's
much
right.
value.
That's right. And it's Harrison. Hello, Harrison.
Uh,
It's either Harrison or Bash here.
I don't think this game is going to fatigue, so it's okay to draw cards, right?
I think Harrison is a clear pick here because so this gives him redundancy to the
So
to
now
the weapon kills.
he can just play the ooze. Actually, it's better to play Harrison on the Y because you want to ooze the Gohao instead.
That's right. Yeah. It's just a more efficient answer to that.
He's going for
he eats and he takes the Harrison out.
Oh, he rather get the operative, but
yeah.
I guess you don't mind getting the Harrison too.
There
It's
goes
the
the
next
brawl.
best thing.
So what survives? Answer is the best minion for the priest survives. That is very unfortunate. Given that there was both a Dirty Rat and Draconaut and the Nether Spike Historian in play, the warrior will be not pleased to see the Draconaut operative survive.
And it's pretty bad matchup for the warrior, so I think it's looking to be over quite soon.
I don't think the warrior's gonna be able to come back. He's got Grom to kill the 2/4, which probably dies to the Shadow Word Death. That's not a great not great
it's
value.
a 2-for-1.
Yes, well, I'm sure the priest will happily take all the 2-for-1s that the warrior can give him.
Yeah, priest is.
Yeah, the priest is not about to care too much.
Winning on cards even.
Yep.
Almost.
Well,
if you count the minion.
Okay, so Justica.
How good is Justica? It's probably better than the other two.
Yeah. Well, the Coda Oracle isn't terrible, but the priest is so far ahead that it doesn't need it.
Coda Oracle is pretty interesting in control warrior.
Yep.
This is to help with the.
I wonder if he plays
matchups.
Curator. I wonder if he plays Curator because
I don't think so. The control.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I wonder what the. I think the Oracle might be for the Reno match.
Yeah,
the Reno
it's for control
Mage Hand,
matchups. I know. It's all about burning the cards. He goes for the Oracle.
Okay, well, I guess at this point, I don't think it really matters what he chooses because he could frankly even take the Cruel Taskmaster and like give his Draconaut operative to attack.
I think that would be valid. Actually, it might have actually been the best pick because he kind of wants the burst, doesn't he?
Well, that depends on what the warrior has. The warrior obviously has no Justica because
So I think the warrior should go for shield block.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, he's already used one shield slam.
He needs to draw into something.
Well, the bash is
it
pretty
helps
good.
clear the board.
Yeah.
So now in revenge.
Bash is pretty good. Yeah.
Bash revenge.
Yeah.
There's no need to care about ordering because he'll lose 5 armor.
Oh no, he's not gonna go for the. He's gonna attack the damage operative. That's interesting.
Not going for revenge.
Yeah,
he needs. I guess he needs more value out of his board clears to win this game.
That's fair.
So he's taking a. He's trying to be a bit greedier with his board clears.
Yeah, I guess he figures that
he's not gonna win this game if he does the revenge right now.
Yeah, so shield blocks is nice. I mean the chaining shield blocks is always good for warriors. Ravaging Ghoul is nice because it allows him to execute the Draconaut operative.
He absolutely needs to execute it now. He cannot take any more face damage.
That's right. And War Axe, he'll armor up. He'll armor up, I assume. He's not gonna War Axe yet.
No.
Yeah.
He needs all the health he can get.
It's actually at this point he's actually hoping to draw Gohao. But there goes the Shadow Word. The priest clock has actually slowed down.
Oracle is gonna help the warrior.
Yes, and the priest clock has actually slowed down considerably because he can't really. He needs to commit more minions to the board now in order to try and punch through the warrior. Because in the long run,
the priest is trying to save cards for the Dirty Rat. So there's no point playing the minions that die to revenge.
Oh, that's the Brand Core Oracle combo. The priest is gonna burn one card next turn. Ooh, this is pretty good for this is. We have an Elise. We have an Elise.
So
interestingly, with the brand, the Elise will shuffle 2 maps, which is cute. Although
2 maps allows you to get more legendaries for your golden monkey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a pretty good. Yeah.
He needs to remove the.
This is a pretty good turn for the warrior because the warrior now has the warrior's forced the priest to burn a Twilight Guardian, not the end of the world, and also now he's giving himself more cards to possibly survive.
More
the onslaught. Yep.
So he just needs his second brawl now, and
yep.
Warrior looks to be having a good chance right now. Actually,
just the Gush Heart is pretty nice too. Actually, although it does die to the
not right now.
Shadow Word Death. Yeah.
Well, actually, it does contest the 5/4. I guess there's no other way to clear the 5/4 in your hand.
And also in fairness, it does also allow him to absorb more damage and force the priest to commit more cards to the board in the long run. But if there is a long run to be had in this game.
Yeah, I really think he went for the Crow Taskmaster.
That's a pretty sick draw though. I agree. That's a pretty sick draw though. So this is pretty bad for the warrior. He needs the revenge combo with the Ravaging Ghoul will clear the board. That's
so you
that's
revenge
really good.
first.
Would you dirty red though? I think I would.
You
dirty
might
red,
as well.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh, that's a really good pull.
Everything that he
Yeah.
could pull other than the Azure Drake
Yeah.
would die, and then the Azure Drake just takes another weapon
It
hit.
takes a hit.
Oh wait, no,
this-
the Azure Drake dies
Yep.
too.
So this is actually
Okay,
pretty
yeah.
fantastic. Yeah.
Everything in his hand would have died.
That's pretty fantastic. Oh, here comes the story.
And now,
though.
now we're nearing fatigue, so does the priest
Ooh.
really want to play Cola Oracle
Yeah.
anymore?
Yep.
He's
And
not gonna be getting any more.
Plus the Elise will help the warrior. So he goes for the Twilight Guardian quite correctly in this case.
But if you think about it, when the warrior is in fatigue, then you Cola Oracle, and the priest has more health right now.
Yeah.
The warrior will be the one losing
Yeah,
out.
the warrior has no idea that the priest took a Cold Oracle, so it's gonna be interesting to see how.
Maybe
he
that pick's actually. Well, if he just goes for the Justica, he can win the health. He
That's-
can win the health game,
That's
the
true.
fatigue
Yeah,
game.
that's true. That's true.
But I guess he might not win the fatigue game with Elise.
Yep.
So Colite helps him kill the warrior faster.
That's the brand. So the brand could combo nicely with the Cold
Yeah,
Oracle.
so he saves
to set
brand
the
for
fatigue,
Colite,
yeah.
and then he tries to kill the warrior through fatigue.
Yeah, that's right. That makes sense. That's really cute.
Okay, so we're getting some insight into why he picked the Cola Oracle.
I wonder if he was thinking that far ahead when he picked it.
He probably did, right?
I hope.
Why-
I
if not, why would he pick it?
sure hope so. I sure hope so. We. I mean.
What's the Crow Taskmaster being saved for? Well, I guess he just needs to clear a few things because the brawl will be coming
Yes,
soon.
That's right. So I think at this point the priest is will just sit on his hand. Yeah, I think that makes the
Yeah,
most
the
sense.
Sylvanas makes it so.
Yeah. So so now the
Awkward.
problem with the priest is that if someone's gonna go face and he can't really punch through the early armor smith. Yeah, and the early armor smith so he goes for the madness. Okay. So this will be cute. It'll be cute if the Sylvanas steals the early armor smith back. It'll be
right.
really good for the
So
for the
either
priest,
he
yeah.
steals the one tree, which is lousy, or he steals his own minion back,
yeah,
which
and-
goes back to the priest because of how Shadow
Nope,
Madness
here it
works.
goes. Yeah.
So now at the end of the warrior's turn, or is it at the end of the priest's turn? Well, the early
we'll
armor
see,
smith
yeah.
will be going back to the priest.
He took the map. Oh.
Now you take Gorhao
I see. I sleep with the fishes. Yes, you take the map and the Gorhao.
because you already have a map. So
Yes. Don't need
take
two
the
maps.
value
yo.
card.
Yeah.
Looks
Who
like
needs-
the priest
who
won.
needs a map?
Looks like the priest won this game. Oh, it doesn't go
No,
back.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't go back.
I thought the Shadow Madness
Okay,
buff.
so that's interesting. So there goes there goes. I think he's gonna go Taskmaster the armor smith and punch the brand. Oh no, he does not. Okay.
You don't really have anything left in the priest deck that he knows of. That's
That's true. And now I think the fatigue war is going to start. There goes there is
goes the
indeed
Gohao.
the Gohao. Yeah. The
so
Gohao's
he
there.
doesn't know the priest has the Cola Oracle.
It's actually gonna be quite big.
So if he's been keeping track, he should know the priest doesn't really have any battle cries left.
Yep.
So Bran isn't really.
So Bran isn't a
threat.
huge threat. Yeah. Although having said that, it's interesting because the two cards in his hand, the Harrison and the Execute. So he's gonna cast the Harrison without knowing that the priest has a Gohao. You might not want to draw the extra card regardless, but
It doesn't really matter whether he casts the Harrison now or not,
that's true.
because it dies to Gohao sooner or later.
Yeah, it goes to Gohao into the face of into Harrison. And I think the Warrior's probably gonna lose the fatigue. This will be one of the more interesting matches. If
The
does
warrior
start to
is
fatigue.
healthier right now, so Cola Oracle will kill the priest before it kills the warrior.
Not anymore. Not with the.
No, he's still healthier. He has 23.
It's a golden monkey, and he decides to go for the golden monkey.
Well, he's gonna need some good legendaries.
Yeah,
to
he's
win
got 4
this.
legendaries to win this game, and one of them is Genzo, which is probably not great.
because-
Just because not great.
Not great.
Makarot could be good though, unless of course it gives him a cursed blade.
Let's say he gets a Gorhao from the Malkorok. Can he still win this game?
Yes, because of the.
But
because
the
of
priest has Dragonfire Potion.
No, that's true, and there goes the golden monkey. The priest is gonna get the golden monkey.
So
as
the
well.
warrior is never going to attack face with another minion basically, because
That's right.
the priest has absolute control over this game
Yeah.
already.
The Malkorok could give him something, but.
Oh, but he goes for the golden monkey straight
interesting.
away.
He does not go. He does not want to play the fatigue war. Wow! Look at all of this.
Wow.
Look at all this stuff.
Wow, that's.
Okay, so Varian Win is
Oh,
it's
no!
been
We
replaced.
lost the high value.
He does have
golden monkey.
he does have Ysera. And,
Okay, this is still pretty
Valen,
good.
yeah.
This is
Yeah, it's not good. I don't think the Warrior's gonna win this.
this is
match,
good
yeah.
enough.
Oh, Arcanite Reaper, almost, but not quite good enough.
Wow, it's really high value, but
Yeah. Okay, I think Prophet Valen here will
I think
probably seal the deal.
the priest could have won without playing the golden monkey
Yeah,
that turn.
I agree. Yeah.
So he kind of risked, getting a handful of net pagos and losing.
Not the Darkfishers. Even
No,
the
the
Darkfisher
Darkfisher
will
will be
better.
good. It'll
Yeah,
help you
because of the
help you
fatigue
make your
wall, yeah.
opponent fatigue.
Oh, good, my goodness. Well, the Jessica is gonna give the warrior 8 armor this turn, and he's gonna punch the priest with that. But the warrior is now behind in the fatigue war. So
Well, actually, it wasn't wrong to play golden monkey because the priest couldn't have known what legendaries.
Here comes Captain Greenskin.
The priest couldn't have known what legendaries were in the warrior's hand.
That's
So
true.
yeah, just in case the warrior got some super high value legendaries, you want to have something to compete with the
So
board.
the priest is in a little bit of danger. Would you cast? I think he's cast the Edric. I think he cast the Edric this turn to give himself a. Either the Edric or the Captain Greenskin is the play here, but I suspect the Edric is better than the Captain Greenskin because it saves him more damage.
Yes.
Yeah, and so he's gonna punch the Jessica and go straight for face. This is quite interesting.
The villain is really good here because he needs all the healing he can get.
The warrior's gonna fatigue out for sure.
The warrior's lost already. He doesn't have enough damage to
It's not
finish
gonna
off
be
the
good,
priest before the priest takes over.
There goes
And
there's a
he
concession. So
knows.
we have so that ends game 1. So congratulations to Storm who has won of this priest. That's an interesting warrior deck though. And now actually I think the Storm has a well, actually because they both get to see each other's deck list, it wouldn't matter. But normally if you don't get to see each other's deck lists, the playing against the fatigue usually benefits the winner because you get to see the rest of the deck that the opponent is playing. So that's on. So there goes the first game. I'll wait for them to start the second. I think.
So Control Warrior has been not very popular this meta, but it's slowly rising again because
of the huge number of aggro decks in the format. I think.
yeah, Control Warrior destroys the aggro decks so easily.
Yeah, it's not got the greatest matchup against the other control decks. So.
Here we get to see maybe an aggro shaman.
Yeah, it's an aggro shaman.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. It's interesting. The worst decks. So do you keep the Harrison here? If you
No,
have
you
this,
don't.
You just mulligan and you keep the revenge if you
Yeah,
want to
revenge is great.
Oh, you can see that the shaman mulligan's not been fantastic.
So it should be favored for the warrior here.
Dirty Rat is pretty hilarious.
And
If the warrior knows the shaman's hand, you could just drop a Dirty
Well,
Rat.
you don't dirty right.
No, you don't know. You do
never.
not dirty rat on turn 2. I once had my opponent drop a dirty rat on me and it gave me a flamery faceless. That did not end very well for him.
It's always the flame faceless.
Oh dear, this is a pretty bad hand for the shaman though. It's
Yeah.
got double Jade claws.
He's going
And
face
he's gonna
with
go
the one
face
attack.
with the one attack. Yeah. He knows what's up. He knows what's up.
Now the warrior is
Now the
probably,
warrior is
like,
firmly
laughing.
the warrior is firmly in the driver's seat here. Needs to draw a good minion. That's pretty good. Small time Buccaneer is pretty good.
That's as good as it gets.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
and here comes the totem.
The flame
Yeah,
gun.
it's gonna be 5 to the face. This is actually very good for the
6 to the face with
six-
the weapon.
Well, yes, yes. Up goes the. Okay, shield slam's nice here, but I think the play might actually be too.
Well, actually, how good is the dirty right now?
It's pretty good actually, but the warrior can't know that. The warrior cannot
I
assume
mean-
that the priest doesn't have a.
Flamey
not the
faceless.
priest. The shaman doesn't have a flamey faceless. It'll be quite hilarious if we did. Oh, and we have and she's joined an
he
Aya.
joined an Aya.
So the Aya is gonna be a. Okay, so here comes the high roll, and so this is gonna be the Buccaneer's gonna.
So does the
Oh, that was a mistake on the
yeah, he
on the
missed
shaman's part.
two-phase
He
damage.
missed 2 phases.
But does the aggro shaman ever play around revenge? That's the question.
I don't think so. Although I guess there's a case to be made if,
Because
for it.
he could burst his warrior opponent from 12.
Yes, that's right. So this
Quite
hand is
realistically.
this hand is pretty busty. Or it just got even.
You should coin out the Aya at this point, right?
Yes, if you were to play around Brawl, but he looks like he's going for the Jade Claws.
Well,
Saucy that can play.
No, Aya doesn't really play around, bro.
That's true.
You lose your Aya.
Well, yeah, but you get something back.
You rather he brawl this board. And
That's
then,
true. But this board is a bit to revenge. Not that the shaman can do much about it in this case. Oh,
He's going for the
he's
rat.
going for the rat. Who's gonna?
He could just
and
wait
Aya-
one more
Aya
turn and
Aya
dirty
gets,
rat
and Aya gets
brawl.
ratted out, and that's gonna be problematic for the warrior. Is he gonna execute the Aya?
He can revenge.
I think he's gonna. Oh no, he's not gonna execute the Aya.
Execute.
No, he chooses not to, which could.
Because it trades into the dirty rat.
Yes.
Supposedly.
If in theory, I don't think the well, I'm not actually sure at this point who's in a
I guess
better
he's
position.
He's saving the execute for the 4 mana 7/7.
If I were the shaman, I would certainly lava burst the
2/5.
2/5 here.
Yeah,
Although it does
it's better to
lose,
use your spell on the minion than to
Yeah.
use to trade your minion. Into
Yeah, in
it.
general, although this loses him his some burstiness lah. So it's a straight trade.
So he held the totem golem to play around
bash.
brawl.
Bash
Or
is a good
second
draw.
bot clear.
Bash is a good draw here for the warrior. Although the plane distance might not be to bash, he chooses to do so regardless. So that makes a
He has to use the shield
that makes a
slam.
2/2 golem, and then you shoot slam
No,
something. No, he doesn't
not
want to do it.
interested.
No, okay. So
Yeah,
he's trying to hold the brawl, I guess. That makes sense. Brawl. The more minions and totems the shaman summons, the better the brawl for the warrior.
But
And-
Shaman's clearly playing around the brawl already.
yeah, but he can't afford to do so because the next time the warrior will simply drop the Justica on him and start armoring up. So would this be a sufficient board to brawl away?
Oh,
Is the question, I guess.
definitely.
Oh, and he, and we have the BM.
But it's also okay not to brawl. You
Yeah.
can just set up the Justica. You're
Yeah.
only taking 2 damage a turn from this board.
Unless of course the shaman plays Bloodlust. But the warrior knows. The warrior has access to both players have access to each other's deck lists, and so this is clearly
Yeah, you never know how much burst is in the shaman's hand. If you take another 6 damage and
that's right.
you're only at 21 if you played Justica instead,
Ooh,
then if the shaman had 15 burst, you would
Yeah.
die. So you're so favored in this matchup. You just play it safe now.
yeah,
You just
that's
draw.
right. That makes sense. So here comes the life tap from the shaman. This will help him in this will help him in the long run. He's gonna start accumulating burn in hand, and this is actually pretty good because the warrior doesn't have a direct way to pressure his life total right now.
So you
So
play
here
the
comes-
dirty
here comes the
rat
dirty rat
because
and-
you have all the answers for anything, and
Yeah. And so you find out that the rat is in fact did in fact not rat out anybody.
there's valuable information
great,
there.
yeah,
So
which is
now you
great.
know exactly
Yeah.
what is in
And
your
if the warrior
shaman's hand,
and if the
which
warrior's been
is-
keeping track, you know one of the shaman's cards is a coin. So that's also something to remember. It's a lot of burn. It's a lot of spell damage. There's spell damage there too, and
But
the jade lightning is going to.
the shaman is kind of on a cloud here because the Justica has been put down, so he doesn't start pummeling the warrior's face.
Yep. Having said that, the warrior's actually not far away from being dead either, because the shaman's hand currently has 7 plus 5 points of burn, which is 12. And so if the warrior makes the
He's
mistake
still
of
not going for Justica shield slam.
no, I think he goes
I
for
guess
the
this
yeah.
is sufficient.
Sylvanas is better because
he needs to take the
That's
board back.
that's right.
So let's see.
So this is
Shaman has
12 points. This is 12
three-
points. 12 points of damage.
3 plus 12.
Yeah. So if he draws another burn spell, I think that is lethal. I think that's lethal actually. So 12 plus 4, 12 plus 3 plus 4 is it's
Far from
19.
it.
It's 19. 12 plus 3 plus 4 is 19.
One off.
He's one of lethal. Yeah.
Question is,
Question
do
is-
you flame tongue now? Or do you-
I think Flame Tongue is the right play actually.
because you have the pirate in your hand,
Yep.
but you can't guarantee that you'll still have all of these minions next turn.
Yep.
But you can't guarantee you'll have all of the spell power either.
Yeah. So the thing is now the shaman is faced with a straight up decision on whether he wants to reduce the warrior to
One.
wants to bring the warrior low. Yeah. That's a flat up decision. I would do it if I were the shaman. But because the warrior hasn't shown me
And the thinking
Anything-
is the warrior would be at 3 health next turn
that's right.
because he doesn't know.
Oh
the
no,
warrior
he goes for the
statistic.
safe play. That's the safe play. I think then if that's the case, the losing the spell power is gonna hurt him pretty badly though. Don't think it's gonna be too great for him, especially when the warrior drops the.
He's still worried that his bot will just get cleared by revenge.
The Gorehouse is a really good draw for the warrior though, because that means that next turn he has the ability to ensure that whatever minions his opponents whatever threatening minion his opponent has will be gone.
Well, whatever the shaman would have done, I think it's pretty much game here.
In favor of the warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not reducing the warrior to 1 would have.
Even if you reduce the warrior to 1, he could have just stick out and.
Oh, there goes that's the battling book.
Gain 6 health.
Yeah, this is not going to affect the long run. Yeah, the warrior in the long run very much.
But playing around revenge is quite good for the shaman because now he's able to maintain some semblance of a board.
Yeah, and in fairness, the warrior's cards are not super relevant currently because the 2 executes don't do much against that hand that the shaman has unless he wants to execute the spell power totem. So here we again the warrior the shaman's getting close. This is a 6 plus 4 plus 4, which is 14. Okay, but he can't. But he's also running.
He needs
he's
to
running
remove
threats.
the 1/1.
Yeah, so he does. He gets the. Yeah, so he's still flooding the board. The warrior's not out of the woods by any means yet. Ravaging Ghoul is very good though.
Oh yeah.
Ravaging Ghoul is an excellent draw.
That clears everything.
That clears the biggest threat on the board, and
everything.
I think this.
No, you gotta save your last removal, I guess. So you. Yeah, the 2/2 is not a big threat.
No, although Aya is now gone, and so.
So it's just Flame Wraith Faceless that he's worried about.
And the other thing about the shaman now is that the shaman has no more spell power because he can't get it off the totem. Nor has he does he have Blood Mage in his deck anymore. So. He's gonna have to do this the slow and very painful way, which is by slowly hitting the
Jade Lightning creates a big body,
Yep.
so you definitely want a Jade Lightning now.
Yep. 5/5 is pretty excellent here. It's still not over. Ooh, Grom might have something to say about that though. Grom into the 2/2
and then you use your own face on the 5/5.
He used his face on the.
Oh right, the Trout. Right. This is quite clever because the Trout actually represents a bigger threat.
Yep.
And if we look at the Shaman's hand, we can actually see that the Trout would have done 5 damage similarly.
Oh, Flame Wreath is a good one. Here, it's gonna be a flame wreath.
The Shaman still has a chance, a very real chance.
He does. So this is the power and resiliency of the Shaman deck. Having faced so many threats and still alive and kicking. Oh, the Ali Armor Smith is
it's the clutch draw.
It is a clutch draw. The warrior really needed that.
If he takes that 7 to face, he's gonna lose.
Yep. So what can the Shaman muster up in response?
So
he needs
to tap, right?
Yeah. No, he can't tap anymore. He has 2 cards left.
Left.
Yeah, it's a little difficult. So there goes the.
But is he really worried the warrior will kill him? Shouldn't he just find the last card in his deck?
I'm not sure what the last 2 cards are, but I'm guessing that they're not super relevant threats unless he has
He needs to kill the warrior ASAP.
Yeah, so that's one. He does. This will help a little. The Flame Wreath will help.
Yeah, not even removing all the armor yet.
Yeah. Well, at least he will with the charge. The problem is that the Spirit Clause does not have spell power. And again, if the warrior is keeping track, you know that the last 2 cards are coin and something else. The Lava Burst itself is the only relevant card.
If the warrior is really keeping track, he will know what the last 2 cards are exactly.
Yep.
Because you could see the deck list.
Okay, so out comes the Shield Slam is
not really.
Shield Slam is good. Shield Slam is good. He Shield Slams. He armors up.
Shield slams he gets the trade.
Yeah, so that should be game. That should be game because that should be the Tramon's last big threat.
I don't know. Let's see what the last card is. Maybe it's another Jade Golem or something. Jade Claws.
No, it's a Small Time Buccaneer. I think that's game. Yeah, there goes the Shaman. I think. Yeah, that game kind of showcased how good the Shaman aggro deck is. But despite the fact that he was playing against a deck that was specifically designed to beat it,
yeah,
he nearly triumphed.
Those were some good plays by the aggro Shaman. I don't really play aggro Shaman myself, so I can't really
Yeah,
I
I
can't
think,
really speak much for how good it is
Yeah,
to
that-
play around all of the
Yeah,
removal.
so
The warrior never really went below 12 health until the very end.
yeah,
so
but the damage in the shaman's hand almost totaled the lethal at various points. So now we have the
the
new
Reno
matchup. Yeah,
mage.
so it's the Reno mage against the Aggro Shaman again. The Aggro Shaman's got a pretty decent hand because small time Buccaneer is always good to have. So he goes for the Buccaneer Thanos Jade Lightning.
We have the Thanos Volcanic Potion.
Sorry,
The shaman hadn't missed 2 damage last time, we would have won.
that's right. Yeah, that's actually right. Yeah. If the Shaman had not missed the 2 damage from the small time Buccaneer last game, he would actually have won that game.
Earlier?
Yeah, because he was actually 2 points short of killing the warrior.
Oh,
At
right,
one point, yeah.
1 point short.
Yeah, that's right. He's 1 point short. Yeah, so that was actually a pretty big.
Oh, right, the warrior one?
Yeah, the warrior one.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I thought that I was so sure the shaman had won.
No,
by
no,
that
yeah.
point.
He's still playing now, and so that was actually quite a costly error. I mean, these are the sort of small errors that could actually decide matches, and it actually did this time, except that the warrior was not aware of it. I don't think the warrior understood at any point how close he was to dying.
No, the warrior should have known.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody knows everything.
Well, not
Okay, so the ping on the golem here sets up the
Volcanic
Thanos
potion,
Volcanic
yeah.
Potion, which is the Reno mage is hoping to see a feral spirits here, and
That's
then
right.
that'll be a beautiful clear.
Yeah, so if the warrior hits the healing totem though, it won't be quite as nice, and he does hit the healing totem, so there goes any hope of.
Always lucky with the totem RNG.
It's 1 in 3. It's 1 in 3.
First he gets the spell power, then the healing is too much.
Oh, so this is brand as a tempo play. I don't think he's
Yeah.
gonna be too pleased with the,
yeah,
the
you
outcome.
you more or less always play brand tempo wise
There goes
against aggro decks.
Yeah. Jade Lightning's gonna. I think the brand's about to be introduced to Jade Lightning. Although the Jade Claws is a great draw though. Yeah.
There's no
this-
need to Jade Lightning it.
Yeah, but the problem with this is that now it's
It
also very
buffs your
weak to Volcanic Potion.
Well, it buffs your pirate.
But it does reduce the mage to 16, which is fairly
it makes
fairly
it,
dangerous
your
range.
board is the same except you get the extra
Yeah.
1 drop from the Maelstrom portal.
And the shaman actually has a bunch of burn in hand, which is really good for him. So he's gonna point out the Arcane Blast, I imagine. So to leave the shaman with an empty board. Yep, there it goes. So this was a good turn for the mage. Although the shaman still has the ability to reload. With the Jade
So
Lightnings.
now it's just a matter of
Oh,
will
Blood
the
Mage down
will the
downwards with
mage
yeah.
draw Reno Jackson. It's always
This game is just gonna come down to Reno as
and that's
many
why
games do. Yeah.
that's why we call this deck the Ronald Mage because
Isn't Ronald from Navyut or something?
Yeah,
So
it's-
some of his
it's
friends
just-
one of his friends calling
it's
calling
just-
it Ronald McDonald.
because it's a clown fiesta or whether he draws the Ronald or
So
not.
he's got to ping the.
You
he's-
play the Thanos, you
yeah.
want to cycle it, draw into your Reno.
Oh, he does not play the. Oh, he does play the Thanos. Okay, and so, this is interesting because actually the shaman is very close to killing the mage here.
If he could just have all the mana in the world. He
if only he could have 10 mana this turn, right? Though this hand is actually interesting because it's weak to Reno, but the mage does not have Reno. It's actually not as weak to the various spells that the mage has in hand. That's a nice roll. That's a nice
But
roll.
he's kind of worried about the Thanos here, I'm thinking. Because if he doesn't clear it,
Yep.
his whole board is gonna be gone.
Yes, but at the same time, I think he's happy to.
Right,
do
so
this,
you
yeah.
don't
So he's gonna
commit.
just go, yeah.
You don't overcommit, you just
Yeah,
put the
it's
trunk
lethal,
down.
it's lethal next turn because you just Jade Lightning and Lava Burst the face and that's game. So this puts the mage
come
in a
on.
pretty bad. This puts the mage in a pretty bad position because basically regardless
cycle,
of the, so he
cycle
cycles
your
the.
Thanos. Find the Reno.
No, there's no Reno. There's no Reno, and that
You
is
have
going
to Blizzard.
and he's gonna Ice Lance the face.
And this gonna
which
be
is
game.
which is not enough because the shaman will simply untap and burn him out. There it goes.
Burn him. Nine to the face.
Why are you slow rolling him? Yeah, there you go. That's so again. This again showcases the power of Aggro Shaman. Conceivable that unfortunately the last game was not quite as fulfilling for the shaman, but
The shaman would have won.
yeah, the shaman
too.
should have won that last game. So I guess he just made up for it. So Yuri now leads Storm 2-1. Yeah, and we have it's a match point. We'll see if Storm will continue with his mage, or if he will switch to his final deck list.
It doesn't really matter at this point because the shaman, I mean, what's his name? Storm. Storm only has rogue left,
Yeah.
and
So it's Reno Long.
so he chooses to play the unfavored matchup because Reno Lock's not favored versus Miracle Rogue. Miracle Rogue has so many
so much burst and
So
so
much
many
burst.
so many ways that to ensure that
and
the-
just like if he gets an early ebb win, then suddenly the Reno Lock doesn't have a lot of ways
having
to
said
kill
that,
it.
this is a really good hand for the Lock though. It's a fantastic hand actually.
Yeah, and quite a
Oh,
abysmal
and
hand.
the
rogue.
yeah, the rogue drew the patches. That's pretty bad. Drawing patches is just so bad. You get a Stone Tusk Ball. And
He didn't
yeah.
even think of saving it for Cold Blood. Well, I guess against Reno Lock, if you just play it out early, they usually won't answer it.
Yep.
Then you can probably make up for.
The decision
the 4
facing
damage.
the Lock here is whether to coin out the Imgang boss, which he does. It's the alternative would have been to tap, which is also a viable option because the rogue's not representing a lot of pressure at the moment.
No, the Rogue rarely represents that much pressure unless he has small time Buccaneer.
Yeah, that's right.
So
So is this turn?
generally,
Yeah.
generally this is what the Rogues start like. But the reason Warlock is unfavored is because of the mid game and
Yeah,
how.
the burst, yeah, and the ability to ensure that the
So if you can avoid tapping and the Warlock's hand is fairly good right now.
Warlock's hand is really, I think the Warlock's hand is really good with the exception of the Leroy. Leroy is does not currently fit into the plans.
It could be better if you have a better hand then like he doesn't have Shadow Bolt, he doesn't have Mortal Coil.
Last Crystal Potion is not a good draw, so that's something.
He wants the 5 mana potion
yeah,
here.
you
You
wanna
look
get
for the
5 mana for the
4
damage,
AoE
yeah,
and he
so
gets
he
it.
gets the 4 AoE. So you think he can get some armor? I think.
Maybe the sheep.
Let's see what he took. He took
Armor,
7
right.
instead.
Sometimes I don't mind getting the sheep because well, if you already have the 4 AoE then I guess you don't need
Yeah,
it. But
yeah.
if he has an Edwin, then you have a chance at you still have a chance at getting rid of the.
Okay, so this turn is
the
so
big
the
guy.
rogue's lagging a little, but he's by no means out of this game because he has the Auctioneer plus. He has Auctioneer Coin Conceal in hand, so that's actually really good for him.
Oh, like if you look at his board, if he ships either the Tomb Pillager or the Taunos, it will be pretty good. You deny the card draw, you deny the coin.
Yep.
But I guess 7 armor is pretty safe.
Yes. And the rogues, so the rogues are most certainly gonna start trying to get a good turn here. They're gonna try and draw some cards off the miracle.
It's quite a clear conceal turn.
Yes, clearly,
Which
very
is-
clear. Yeah,
but
so it's gonna
if
go for the. So
If he he saw the Kazakh, so he knows that there's a
yeah, there's a
very real
possibility.
chance of
Yes.
it getting cleared right now.
I think the Kazakh's potion is also so that's which is why he's backstabbing the.
Yeah,
the
you might as well
the
backstab while you have the spell power.
Yep, and so here comes this is gonna be a Kazakh's potion turn for the.
And the Warlock will lose the
Warlock.
Drake too.
Yep. But having said that, it's important. It's an important.
Well, you
potion.
have to
Yeah.
kill the auction, yeah.
Yeah, you can't leave it. You can't possibly leave it alive. So this turn, the rogue has managed to pull himself out of the early game slump, but remains to be seen whether he'll be able to kill the warlock.
Oh yeah, definitely. Look at the Rogue's hand. He has second auctioneer, he has Drake, he has Leroy
It's all
already.
together really good.
I think the Rogue will take this
Here comes the
away.
abyssal. Yeah. The is
Even
cold
the-
blood. He has cold blood too.
Even the
This is-
Tomb Pillager doesn't die.
yeah,
This
that's-
is so good for the
yeah,
Rogue.
So good for the rogue. It's not likely to be.
So I think just cold blood here and hit the face.
We'll see if he decides to do something. So the alternative is to save the spells for the auctioneer, but given how good his hand is now, I'm not actually sure he wants
I
to do
guess
that.
the Rogue needs to be aware of the Warlock's burst. If the Warlock has Leroy power overwhelming Soulfire, then the Rogue could potentially be dead.
Well,
But the question is, does he want to play around 14 bursts?
okay, so I think that's interesting. So if he does, so he decides to punch the. He looks like he's going to decide to punch the Dread Inferno of his the Abyssal Enforcer with his face. That's
Which
actually really dangerous. 'Cause
Doesn't really reduce the amount of. You still dead to the same Leroy power overwhelming Soulfire.
oh, the Refreshment Vendor's going to help. Ooh, so here comes the rag.
So if the Rat goes face here, Leroy is actually lethal.
And it does, and so it does, and so Leroy is indeed lethal. So it's 5 plus it's 10 damage. Leroy plus Cold Blood is 10 damage. Eviscerate is 15. Eviscerate is 15. Drake is 19. Dagger's 20. So he needs
Like
something.
Leroy,
Something else.
Leroy from the Warlock, I mean, is
Oh, yeah.
lethal.
Yep.
Which the Rogue doesn't know.
Rogue's not going to be playing around that for sure. Here comes the prep. I think there's going to be an Eviscerate. We're going to see an Eviscerate here. Probably on the Ragnaros.
If he clears the Ragnar,
Yeah, because Ragnaros he goes
he
to the
can't
face.
win.
So
So
he decides to.
he needs to
Ooh.
sap.
Oh, this
He
is-
needs
this
to
is-
sap the Ragnaros because he can't afford to.
So
He can't afford to be wasting his burn.
Oh, that's the sap.
Anymore.
So the prep is going to draw the rogue one more card.
Well, the Rogue
it's the
doesn't
second
know.
Eviscerate.
The Rogue doesn't know now that he's dead.
Yep. But
He's
this was actually pretty close.
He's actually dead.
Yeah, this was pretty close. It could have been.
It all went down to the Rag ING.
Yep. And so the conceal is going to be the last play. And Leroy's going to finish the rogue off. It's interesting. So yeah, this was a very interesting match. Could have gone either way. But the Leroy is going to seal the deal for the Warlock here, and we are going to move on to our rubber match, which will be Rogue against Mage. So we have our first 5-game series today on stream. So that's best of luck to both parties.
So the 7 armor won that Warlock game.
Yeah, he did.
The game.
Yeah. What's the matchup like for Reno Mage against Rogue?
Pretty even. It depends on what build of Reno Mage you're playing also. If you're playing the more burn focused version, I think you might be
Slightly favored.
slightly better
Yeah.
than the more aggro version.
Okay, so this is so the Mage mulligans everything, which makes sense. Ice Lance, Frost Nova, and Ice Bear are not gonna cut it.
So the mage actually has all the answers, and look at the mage's hand right now.
Yeah, it's fairly ridiculous. Yeah.
So it all comes down to like Frost. Does he have the freeze on the conceal turns? Does he have the AOE?
AOE when
When
does,
he needs
yeah
it.
does he have the ice block when you try to go for the
burst.
OTK?
Well, you don't really need ice block. If you have Reno in hand, like you can actually heal so much. You can heal so much damage that you just won't be able to die at all.
Oh, this looks like at this point it looks like a win for the mage because of the simply because of the
Oh, maybe
presence of Kazakus and
maybe
Reno.
shouldn't call it so early.
Yeah.
Caster's curse might happen.
That's true. Well, Kazakus is almost certainly coming down this turn. I think the 5-cost spell is also the preferred mode. It'll be.
Oh, sheep. Take the sheep.
Will he take the sheep? So there's a case we made for all of these three. We'll see what he eventually does. The 7 armor is the clear pick out of the second. Discover.
Drawing two can be really good because you can draw in the blizzard.
Okay, so he takes the sheep and armor, which is
Yeah,
which I think is the correct decision here.
yeah, everyone loves the armor. It makes them feel so safe.
Well, it's true.
I guess his hand is really good, so he doesn't need to draw
That's right.
anymore, and he has the arcane intellect still, so there's no need to draw. Sheep was really the last thing that he doesn't really have in his hand. Well, he doesn't have AOE in his hand now.
Yeah. So this turn is probably a
Quite a
frostbolt.
clear frost.
Yeah, quite a clear frostbolt. I don't see why he would cast the Kazakus potion.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't want a polymorph
Yeah,
edge.
you wanna hold it so that if your opponent casts a lone auctioneer and tries to conceal it, you at least have the answer.
Yeah, because it's a random minion, you can polymorph the concealed
That's right.
minion.
That's right. So here comes patches. This will be the first points of damage on the mage and on turn 5 actually. So it's a little behind the curve for the rogue for what the rogue would prefer.
I think Iceland's Doomsayer is pretty interesting.
I think he's playing around the possibility of
Alright.
removal. Yeah. So he's gonna take the Torisan and he's gonna try and force the rogue to trade into the Torisan.
Well, now the mage can potentially burst down the road in
Oh.
a few turns.
So he's gonna go for. I think he's gonna go for the Sap Cold Blood this turn. Sap Cold Blood Conceal actually. Yep.
That's gonna be a problem for the mage.
Yes.
Because he doesn't have the freeze yet.
Yep.
Doesn't have Frost Nova or the Blizzard or the Flame Strike.
Yeah, which is why this. Oh, he did not in fact go for the
He might
Cobra
coin the conceal.
No, he didn't. He just went straight for Thanos. That's interesting because
Yo, the mage already played Kazakus and there's not a lot of point to concealing this board. The mage can't really deal with the
Crime
board.
Street.
The mage can't really deal with this board without playing playing the Flame Strike or the AoE either way. So he would AoE it regardless of whether you conceal it or not.
Ooh, that's a 5. That's a 5 minion Grand Street Enforcer. Although it probably won't matter in the long run. But
It doesn't really matter.
interestingly, they just reviewed. No, it matters because it reviews information about the mage's hand to the rogue. So he knows that there's 5 minions in them.
So
in
it's
the mage's
actually
hand.
bad for the mage.
Yes. One of which is Emperor Dorisan. So, well, Reno's good for the mage, but the rest of it is kind of inconsequential. So there goes the Doomsayer.
You always draw backstab from Phantom Knives, then you can't use it. It's so sad.
So the Grand Street Enforcer is pretty funny actually. A pretty funny pull of the Fire Lance.
So I think now the rogue's thinking whether he wants to preserve the spell damage.
He decides that it's time to go to face. I think this is a pretty clear conceal turn unless there's some kind of a good case to not do it.
Yeah, you saw that the mage didn't AoE your board last turn,
That's
and
right.
the mage actually
That's
did
right,
something rather suboptimal.
Yes, that's right. So you this turn you definitely just go for. Does the mage go for the 1 and 2 or does he Cabal Courier to try and find something that's?
He should play Reno this turn probably.
Yeah, I felt like that was correct.
If you go
actually.
for the potion, you might just die.
Yeah, I think Reno's the play here.
Reno's pretty safe.
Yeah, and actually
Yeah,
this actually presents a threat to the rogue's life total, because of the
Because the mage is running the burn list, he's able to actually burn the rogue down before the rogue burns him, you know.
Yep, and so I think he's got no choice but to actually kill the Reno right now. Yeah, so that we are the so you gotta hope the Strasburger gives us something really good here. Cabal Courier is not bad actually. It's a possible Finance Portal is excellent. It's excellent.
Or do you go for the Mortal Coil for the draw? If you draw,
He doesn't have spell power now though, so the Mortal Coil doesn't.
he can trade patches in. And draw.
Well, yes, but I think the Finance Portal is it's just better. Unless of course the rogue is looking for
Auctioneer. If you draw
Auctioneer.
Auctioneer, you could win this game.
Yeah, I think at this point the mage probably wins the long game because of all the ridiculous size, not ridiculously sized minions in his hand.
So yeah, Firelands Portal is like auto pick if you're a mage, but you're playing rogue, so you want to draw more cards. Drawing cards
That's the Edwin. Does he
Oh, he
does
could
he
play
coin
it
on the
now. He
Edwin?
can play it
Yeah.
now.
Is it time for the Edwin?
It's time. And
Yes.
now it's a 1 in 4. 1 in
it's
4
like
for
a-
the polymorph.
Yeah, I think it's like a 12.
prep
12?
conceal.
14.
He didn't prep first. He's not concealing.
Oh dear. My goodness. What's
He could have
happening
a
here? What is
16-16
happening here?
concealed.
So this is interesting because now the mage has a decision to make because he's got.
You play dirty, right?
Yep. You almost certainly play that.
No, you don't play dirty right first. You ping first. No,
He's gonna
no,
go
you
for-
have to
he's gonna
go for the
Blaster Show.
potion.
No, he's
You
gonna
have to go
Blaster
for the
Show.
potion. You should ping the 1/1 to increase your chance of potioning. Then you play dirty rat.
No, I think he's gonna go for just a dirty rat straight
If
up.
you're still playing the dirty rat, then you like if you pull the minion, then
Oh, that's the auctioneer. This is gonna be very interesting because
it's
the
wow.
yeah, this is. Oh.
So he kept the prep and conceal so that if he top deck auctioneer, it
Oh,
will be
the
so
eviscerate's-
good.
the eviscerate is excellent here. It's going to
Wow,
he goes. Oh, that's greedy.
that's really
That's greedy. Greedy. This next turn is a Fellfire plus. It's gonna be Fellfire plus Kazakus potion for the.
But yeah, it
for
wasn't
the-
wrong because the mage is still at 29, so
Yeah.
he needs to.
Well, Fellfire potion plus Kazakus is gonna put pay to that, and I think I don't think the rogue has any way to win after this actually because the mage is too healthy. Yeah, this is gonna be game in favor of the mage. I think the Fellfire plus Kazakus potion is the play here. There's
Yeah.
no way there's no way he loses from here from this position.
That's gonna be it.
Yeah.
That 1/1 sheep is all the rogue has left.
Well, he's got a Tomb Pillager. That's not gonna help very much.
No, it's just about the best draw I think for the rogue.
He's not got too many threats left in the deck.
Well, Azure Drake.
I
could
think next turn is
still
Antonidas
refill the
Ice
board.
Barrier is the play, and that's probably just gonna be just gonna seal the deal for the mage.
Why not Antonidas Frost Nova even?
That's because he just drew the Frost Nova, so I wouldn't
Yeah.
know that he had it. But
Okay.
yeah, alright. That's gonna be game. It's
Not yet. The rogue can sap
Well,
the
actually, the
Antonidas.
Rogues actually had a pretty good series of draws after that. So the
You've-
set, yeah.
You're not gonna Phantom Knives to draw first? Not.
No, I don't suppose it really matters. He's out of both preps
Yeah, you
already.
have to sap
yeah.
the Antonidas.
Yeah. And the Cold-Blood's good, but yeah, it's not
quite
not having the
enough.
quite intended. Yeah, not having the intended effect. Yeah, well, if I were the mage, I would just probably
know.
Emperor. I would just Emperor.
You could Antonidas again and Ice Barrier.
Yeah, just Antonis Ice Barrier for
Then
the,
set
to
up
ensure
the
you'll win.
set up the lethal.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. That was
It's impossible for the rogue to kill you at 32 health with just those minions on board.
Oh, Leroy would have been great if the mage were about half this life total. Too bad that's not gonna happen. Yep, that's game. Congratulations to Yuri, who has beaten Storm 3-2. Seen some really interesting matches here. Had the privilege to witness to see some really close and with some really good matches.
So Storm was punished for the missing the two-phase damage. He
that's
could have
right,
won
yeah.
this series.
That's right. That's right. Okay. Thanks very much for tuning in, guys. We'll now go back to offline mode, and we'll see you at round 3.
Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down. and sit down. sit down. sit down.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Tavern Hero qualifier at Grey Ogre Games. Once again, I am Calavasta with Crumpled, and we're going to be casting round 3. This is a battle of two players who are currently 2-0. It's SGR Ice versus Epic Troll 4. So one sec while I add Epic Troll 4.
1898.
Yeah. And so both players actually have the exact same heroes, but something tells me that they are having different builds because it looks like Ice has White Ice in his Shaman deck. Looks like a mid-range Jade control.
Yeah.
Probably the Unzoth deck. Yeah, sounds about right. And so it looks like Epic Troll is on the trusty Dragon Warrior,
Dragon
slash
Pirate Warrior.
Yeah, Dragon Pirate Hybrid Warrior. Yeah.
So, the match right now, Shaman's still relatively healthy, but the Warrior has the board. And Dragon Warrior, unlike normal Pirate Warrior, doesn't have... It has the resiliency to still pump out minions, and it runs quite a few big threats with like
right.
the...
It looks like
6 mana, 9/9.
It looks like this time Epic Troll has decided to go for the double trade into the White Ice instead of going for the straight up trade with only the Blackwing Corruptor. It looks like he's looking to establish a board that's a bit more resistant to mash removal. Yeah, Lightning Storm in particular.
Storm.
That's right. So the goal is to ensure that he doesn't get just get AoE out of this game.
The Lightning Bolt's a pretty good draw.
Lightning Bolt's excellent here.
Remove 5 damage from the board.
Yeah, so much of this next turn will depend. How this next turn pans out will depend on whether Epic Troll has a weapon or not. Because
the weapon isn't the main thing. It's more about whether he can continue to pump out minions.
Yes, yep, he can because basically this turn is fairly straightforward for him. I don't know if he goes to
You
for
clear the Drake.
Yeah,
You always clear the Drake.
The Drake is important because all this time he's been playing around Lightning Storm, so it makes no sense at this point to not kill the Drake and basically have a chance to get wrecked by a high roll into a large storm. So the Jade Golem is gonna come out. There's gonna be a Jade Lightning, and I think the Shaman's gonna hit the Small Time Buccaneer to ensure that he doesn't die next turn. But
So
this is so you can have anything. So almost anything will seal the
just
deal here.
3
for the Warrior.
damage.
Yeah. Alex Reyes Champion, Heroic Strike.
No, they don't run here.
Oh, they don't run Heroic. No, this is
Cochrane Elite.
Cochrane Elite. Another Blackwing Corruptor will do it if he has a dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this it looks like he doesn't have it because it would be a Windmill Slam if he
The
did.
Dragon Warriors don't have that much burst.
Yeah.
Unlike the
They-
all-out Pirate
They
Warriors.
play a much longer game. He could also have Grom. I think some versions of the Dragon Warrior play Grom.
Grom is super common now. Almost all Dragon Warriors run Grom.
Yeah, so this is interesting because he's actually faced with a choice to either control the board. If he doesn't, since he doesn't have lethal, he's either faced with the choice to either control the board or just to hit the or just go to face. But I think the plan is definitely to go face, unless he thinks that the Shaman has some kind of thing to taunt up the Jade Golems.
Shamans don't really run anything to taunt up the Jade Golems. I think it's just he's just thinking
they've got a Jade
of
Chieftain. Yeah.
he's just thinking of whether the Shaman will play other taunts like Thing from Below or Taunt Totem.
So this turn, okay. So this probably means the game. This is probably game for the
Well,
favor of the Warrior.
he can like Azure Drake.
Is that drink into what though?
He needs a taunt or healing. Maybe if he has healing wave or healing for 14 even save him. I don't know.
No, it would not. It wouldn't. Yeah. Interestingly enough, it wouldn't. The Drake is probably still the correct play simply because you want to see what else you can get, and that's not gonna do it. I think that's game for that we have game in favor of the Warrior. So okay, so now so now that the Warrior for Epic Troll has won, he's left with Mage and Shaman. So what would you go for next given the lineup?
Well, you still can't really predict what your opponent's gonna play. It's more of for SGRIs who still has access to all three of his decks. He can choose what he wants to play versus the mage and shaman. So he'll probably go for mage. Oh no, or shaman is fine too.
Yeah,
Depends
so
on what
now
build
we have
of
Shaman
shaman.
Mirror.
Depends
Yeah,
on
so I
what
don't
build
know.
of shaman he's
We
playing.
we unfortunately can't see. Now we can see. Now we can watch the Epic Troll's hand. Oh, so is this a straight up aggro shaman? You can see that by the inclusion of Finley, which is most likely to.
Wasn't he just playing white eyes and things like
No,
that?
that was our eyes who just played. So our eyes is the one that
Oh,
we're still
right.
watching from this angle. And,
Okay.
Yeah, and Epic Troll is the one with the burstier, more aggro shaman. So I think I think Ice's mulligan will look to keep. He'll probably keep the Jade Claws and look to mulligan the Spirit Claws. Because the oh no, he kept the Spirit Claws and
You
mulligan
keep
the
the
Jade
spirit
Claws.
clause because it's your turn 1 play and you have plenty of other
Oh,
turn 2
and
plays in
he's
your
got the
deck.
Thanos too. So this looks like a good hand, especially against the aggro shaman, because that will allow him to deal with the aggro shaman's early threats. Epic Troll has a really good hand though with the double totem golem. It's pretty excellent. Although he's not to know that our eyes here had the Thanos, so that actually. So his turn to play becomes significantly worse because our eyes has the ability to totem golem.
Epic Troll could coin the Feral Spirits, but that will make his next turn very bad. With
So
the
he decides to go for the totem.
he goes for the totem here because he wants to be playing Feral Spirits to counter this Thanos.
Yes.
But Totem Golem is no good because it just dies to the weapon plus the Thanos
That's
trait.
right. That's right. Yeah. So it makes Epic Troll's turn 2 very very bad actually.
He doesn't want to coin out the Feral Spirits because his next turn will be awkward, so he saves the coin.
This is probably a little better. The play is he has some options.
Still not great.
He can double Totem Golem, but I don't think that's going to work out too well in his favor. He could also Totem Golem and Lightning Bolt the Trog, but the problem with that is that the Thanos
the same as last turn.
Yeah, exactly. The Thanos and the Claw still trade into the Golem favorably for our eyes. So this turn 1 Spirit Claws is really doing a lot of work for the mid range for the more controlling shaman. Yeah, so here obviously the play is quite simple. It's you always make sure to punch first with your weapon.
And this Flame Tongue Totem is gonna do so much.
Would you trade the
Healing
here?
Totem. Yeah, you trade the Healing Totem first even, I think, before you... Well, I guess he wants to get the tree... He wouldn't mind getting the tree one, so
Yeah.
I guess it's not wrong to...
Yep.
Literally every other totem should be better than the...
Than the healing, yes.
Than the healing
in this
totem.
case, yes, that's right. So this is pretty bad for the aggro shaman player because now you cast a totem golem, but it's still not sufficient to offset the losses he's gonna take, especially because the Thanos replaces itself. Oh, that's really good.
I think you should at least trade Thanos.
Yep, Thanos is
The Taunt Totem...
the Taunt Totem
it's
is
safe, it's safe to
debatable.
trade.
Yeah.
It's safe to trade.
Yeah,
The Aggro Shaman
the
has
mid-range
so
shaman
many
here
ways.
is heavily favored at this point because of because he's not taking a lot of damage in the early game, and the aggro shaman hasn't been able to master a whole lot of resistance against this. And here comes White Eyes.
All these mid-range shamans running White Eyes, always not too sure about that card. It's usually just a 5 mana 5/5. You're looking to close out the game pretty early.
So
It's a 5 mana 5/5 taunt.
So in the context of this game, IS actually a really good draw for the aggro shaman. It might be a bit late though at this point because the mid-range shaman is about to take control of this game with the AOE spells that he has.
I wonder if he's also running. So we see a rag here. Then the question is, does he also run El Akir and
I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it. These slots tend to be there only tend to be about 2 or 3 flex slots in the mid-range shaman.
So basically, he's cutting like El Akir for White Eyes, so you get the taunt earlier, but you have less burst. And
Yeah,
so
I mean,
it's better versus aggro, but worse versus
it's also a question of whether he runs Barnes, but I imagine if he does have White Eyes in his deck, he would run Barnes.
Well, El Akir is not a bad pull from Barnes.
Yeah,
either.
that's true.
So
Okay, and so actually here you can see that Epic Troll is in a lot of trouble. Yeah, he just conceded. He recognizes that this is a pretty uphill battle.
having the White Eyes instead of the El Akir definitely improves your aggro matchup.
Yes,
Because you get the taunt 3 turns earlier.
that's right. I think that was a pretty brutal game actually. It showed the power of mid-range shaman when he gets the early spirit close backed up with spell power.
Oh yeah, you have the aggro shaman start, and then you still
That's
have
right,
the
That's right. Yeah.
you
So
still have the
yeah.
mid to late game.
the difference being
resiliency.
that you use it as a control deck rather than as an aggro. So now it's Reno Mage against aggro shaman. So. It should be interesting. So Kazakus is an awesome pool. Do you keep the mind control tag? in this opening hand?
I don't think you. It's good against shaman, so I think you do keep it.
Yeah.
It's just that the rest of this hand is so good. Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I guess since the rest of the hand is so good, then you
You
just
don't mind
have
keeping-
the safe
yeah.
keep.
Yeah, you don't mind keeping
Yeah.
the mind control tag instead of throwing it back for
It's a
something
it's a safe
potentially
keep.
worse. Yeah.
So you keep this whole hand. I guess.
He has the option to mulligan the mind control tag. It's only borderline card here. I think.
Because you already have your early plays,
That's
but
right.
then let's say maybe he has a weak start and then he has nothing.
So he does keep everything.
Yeah, you have the option to play the mind control tag on turn 3. Yeah, I guess you definitely keep it.
Yeah. In fairness, the rest of this hand is a little bit it's not quite synergistic with mind control tag because you're kind of a single target removal. But
Yeah, but you if in the case where your opponent doesn't have anything for you to frostbolt or fire Forgotten Torch, then you have the option to play a 3 mana
That's
3/3.
right. So this one is an easy ping. That's why you also Doomsayer to gain tempo, but I don't think that's.
I think you know that your opponent's aggro shaman. You might as well. Well, you have Frost Nova in your hand, so you just ping them.
Yeah, I think you hold it. I think you'll hold on
If
to
you
it,
didn't
yeah.
have the Frost Nova, I think it would be an easy Doomsayer because you just slow down his development.
So at
and-
this point, Finley is fairly awkward in the aggro shaman's hand because you actually want your totems. You have the spirit claws and you actually want to actively roll a spell power totem, which makes the Finley kind of bad at this point in time. Which is why you can see actually some aggro shaman builds have been foregoing Finley for more cards for more cards such as a Drake, or actually more mid game more mid game.
Well,
Oh,
we
Full
thought
mana,
I
yeah,
thought I
1/7.
was thinking the aggro shaman was really unfortunate with those 1/1 rolls that just died to the mage hero power, but here comes the 7/7,
Yeah, but
which
I'm thankful,
unfortunately it looks like it will die to a shatter.
yes, there goes that
That
very
babbling
much,
book RNG.
yeah.
Well, I guess Icelands would have been better. The same thing for 1 less mana, which won't really matter.
Yep. That was unfortunate because this so again he's locked up of mana on this turn, but here comes patches, so this will allow the at this point this is where the mind control tech starts to become relevant.
But you
for
still
the
want
mage.
to remove damage off the board,
Yes.
so you want a Forgotten Torch and ping.
Yeah, so
If the shaman never has any minions with damage that survives against you, you more or less win
yeah,
against
so
him.
this is why I was saying earlier that the mind control tech was not super synergistic with the rest of the opening.
Yeah, but it's still a worthwhile keep.
Yes,
I guess.
certainly.
Since the rest of your hand
Yeah.
is so good.
Certainly above average. So if you're the mage here, do you Frost Nova Doomsayer, or do you Kazakus?
I think you Kazakus and ping the 1/1.
Yeah, that probably makes the most sense.
You go for 5 mana potion.
Yeah, 5 mana. Generally, the 5 mana spell is correct.
You get the 4 AoE, it kills so much of shaman's minions.
It's unlikely that any other option will be selected. Over here, you probably gain. You can take the freeze. The freeze is not bad. It acts like a second Frost Nova, but he chose the armor option.
Armor.
Yeah.
Because generally everything dies after you deal 4 damage, so there's no need to freeze whatever's left over.
That's true.
And like even if there's a 7/7 still remaining on the board, you think about it, 7 armor is the same as freezing
That's
it.
right. Yeah, that's right.
Apart from Flame Tongue Totem. So makes sense to pick the 7 armor.
Okay, so here it's good for the
Frost
mage.
Nova Doomsayer.
Is it a Frost Nova Doomsayer turn, or would it be a
You
Kazakus
definitely
potion
Frost Nova Doomsayer because in the case that he kills your Doomsayer, then he commits more onto the board and then you Kazakus even more things.
turn? Yeah, I think
Well,
he looks like he's considering
but
the
he
Kazakus
drew
potion.
Antonidas, so
Yeah.
now he drew Antonidas, so he could Antonidas Frost
Yeah,
Nova.
it looks like he's actually thinking about the mind control tag
to
option, which I
steal
think
the
is
eye.
which I think is a
It's
pretty yeah.
It's not bad because you can still coin Frost Nova Doomsayer if you steal a totem, but then you just wasted your mind control tag.
Yeah, but you're wasting your mind control tag on a 25% chance to get the minion because nothing else is good.
But the thing is,
here.
if you steal the IR, then you don't need to do
Okay,
it.
so he does try
He
for the
doesn't go
Kazakus
for
potion.
the Frost Nova Doomsayer.
Yeah, he goes for the Kazakus potion and pings the the Jade Golem that comes out of Aya. Debatable, but understandable. I think he didn't want to take any risks that the Doomsayer might die. But the problem with that is that now the Doomsayer just sits in your hand and doesn't do very much.
The idea is that if the Doomsayer dies, then your opponent commits more things onto the board,
right,
and then you.
That's right. Having said that, this also forces commitments as well. To be fair to the mage player, this forces more commitments.
But now you don't have a plan B if your Doomsayer gets killed.
Yeah, I suspect he's gonna go for the mind control tech this turn actually. That would make sense.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah.
You mind control tag anytime your opponent has 4 minions
Right,
and you have
basically
the...
he grabs. Oh, that's a wonderful grab actually.
Oh.
It ensures that that there's no long term that there's no long term damage left on the board if
and
the other minions die.
your opponent can't charge out pirates.
That's right,
Even if you
yeah.
Frost Nova,
That's
your
right.
opponent could charge out the 2-1 charger, which could be really dangerous.
So here comes the Doomsayer.
And just a Doomsayer with no Frost Nova.
Yeah, that makes
Makes
sense.
sense.
Yeah, he's trying to regain the tempo. This will force the Shaman player to basically either spend resources on killing the Doomsayer.
And the Doomsayer is buff, so it will actually do damage
Yes,
to the
that's
Totem
right.
Golem.
Yeah.
If he
But
decides
I think
to
so
kill
it's
it.
quite clear that
Yeah,
going to the
there's-
face here shows that
Like,
he's not.
the
he's
mage
gonna
has
fight.
3 minions, there's no way if you clear the Doomsayer, the mage has the board, and you spend so much of your damage on
Would
it.
you, okay, so he chooses not to Finley. He had the option of Finley, but I guess that makes
No.
doesn't make sense. So now Alex is gonna.
Now
is-
the mage
now-
just
yeah.
takes the game. Alex into Antonidas,
Yeah.
coin, Arcane Blast, Frost Nova. You get 3 fireballs, and then the shaman is dead.
Yep. So this is.
And he doesn't even need Reno.
So he's gonna So now the shaman's gonna be forced to expend his burn spells upon Alex Trezor, and not getting the spell power totem there was quite painful because if he did, he would have been able to to kill it with 2 burn spells. Instead, now he's forced to use
Oh, he takes the
he's gonna
8.
take the 8. I think that's.
Oh no,
yeah.
the pirate is gonna kill
Oh,
it.
the
is
pirate-
it? No.
No, yes, the pirate is gonna kill it. Yeah.
Oh, the taunt totem is gonna.
No, he goes for it. So it's Antonidas into
Frost
Frost
Nova.
Nova.
It's pretty clear.
Yeah,
You coin the
into
Arcane Blast.
Yeah, that
Your
goes.
Arcane Blast the taunt totem
Yep.
because if your Antonidas goes face, you win.
Yep. That's gonna be a game. I think pretty clear. Ice here is gonna take this. These games have proceeded at a very brisk pace. In stark contrast with our last with our last feature match.
So even if the Antonidas dies here, he still has Reno. So he can Reno and Fireball to the face.
Yeah. So what could possibly save the Shaman here?
Nothing. Not even armor.
He takes the life tap. So it's gonna be an empty life tap. The Antonidas is gonna punch him across the face next turn. It's not gonna be pretty. Yeah, he knows the game's up. He's just gonna punch and attack.
Concede.
Yeah, and then that's gonna be the game.
Just playing out the hand.
Yeah, it's gonna be the game. Okay, so that puts Ice 2-1 in the lead against Epic Troll. So the final deck for Ice is gonna be the Warrior, and now Epic Troll has to pick between the Shaman and the Mage. So here we go. We'll see very quickly, very shortly, what the two of them are going to be playing. So it's Druid. Okay.
Oh, well,
Yep. Okay. So
The Druid
my apologies, I
matchup-
got it wrong. Yeah.
Druid matchup is obviously favored for the Shaman here because Druid has such a slow start. And Swipe is one of the key cards, and Innovate and Jade Blossom are both excellent to get.
So here comes Patches on turn 1. So the Shaman has a really good hand this game. It's gonna
So
be,
does the Druid.
yeah,
The
it's gonna be
Druid
quite
has
difficult, I think, to choose a winner. Actually, it will depend on how
with the Ancient of War even. So although the Shaman is favored, I think with this kind of Druid hand,
the Totem
it's
Golem's
very
gonna come out,
possible.
yeah.
It's very possible for the Druid to take this game.
Is the player on turn 2 coin into Jade Blossom?
Yes, absolutely, because
Oh, he's got both
You-
the Ancients of War.
you can ramp into your swipe, and then you have a pretty smooth curve of Innovate, Ancient of War, and then
And then depending on what else you draw, you might
Yeah,
be able
what
to
else you
to get it,
draw.
Yeah.
so swipe clears his whole board here, and then you curve into Ancient of War. It's looking like the Druid player is going to be taking this game because Aggro Shaman don't run Hex, so How are they going to deal with that 5-10
especially with
taunt?
no board pressure after their board's been cleared by the swipe. It's very difficult to the Flaming Faces is awesome, but he's
I
overloaded
guess-
for one. It's quite unfortunate.
But if you think about it, that 4-mana 7/7 is likely to be unanswered by the Druid, and then
Yep.
that 7/7 doesn't even get killed by the 5-10 taunt. It trades with the Ancient of War.
Yeah. Oh, but that see, so that's this is where the
Oh.
so I think so IS here has the option of coining out the Ancient of War, of innovating out the Ancient
Which
of War,
you definitely
which you almost
do.
certainly do. He almost went for the greedy play of
Yeah.
casting the Azure Drake instead, which would have been very, very heavily punished if the Shaman player had cast the Flaming Faces next turn, because that would have left him in an awkward spot with regards to mana.
But the Flaming
Wasn't sure
Faceless is still quite dangerous for the Druid here because of how the mana works out.
Oh, the Jade Behemoth is really good. Oh, and Epic Troll just knows that the gateway is up,
Yes.
and he just concedes. So congratulations to SGIs. Yeah, those games went really quickly. I think the last game in particular was
Really
yeah,
one-sided
Yeah.
games, so
Yeah.
not much to think about there.
Yeah, I think
Just play your cards and you win.
yeah, I think from the
That's it.
point when the Azure Drake hit the table, that was clear that the writing was on the wall, and so
The
Epic
Druid
Troll-
was never going to run out of steam at that point,
Yeah.
and the Shaman didn't have the resources to deal with the big taunt.
Yep. So congratulations to SGI Ice, who moves on to 4-0. He will sorry 3-0 to 3-0. Yeah, he will be he was this was a very quick set of fast and decisive games. We will see you after the break for round 4 of the feature match, and it's going to get quite exciting because this is we're moving on to the final rounds, and we'll hopefully see some really competitive matches. So see you guys soon.
and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down. and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round 4 of the Tavern Hero qualifier at Grey Ogre Games. I'm Calavasta, and alongside me is Crumpet once again. And this round is going to get really exciting because we'll be casting the battle of the 3-0 tables. Sorry, the 4-0 the 4-0 tables. No, wait, no, the 3-0 tables.
3-0.
Yeah. So this is effectively the semi-finals of the Tavern Hero qualifier, and the two players who will be playing will be Mechanics versus Chung FR. So Mechanics is running Priest, Shaman, and Mage, and Chung FR is running Warrior, Shaman, and Rogue. So quite a lot of classes represented in this particular matchup. Only one repeat hero among the two
Shaman.
players, which is the Shaman.
We all know it's Shaman Stone right now.
That's
So
right. That's right. You
Who
can't not
wouldn't
have a
play
Shaman.
Shaman?
Yeah, you can't not have a Shaman deck. So this should be quite interesting.
And
Maybe-
also,
yeah.
also so many different Shaman archetypes. You have aggro, mid range, and control.
That's
and
right.
then even then you have Jade variants and non-Jade
Yes,
variants.
that's right. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what both of them are running. So we've got.
We've got the warrior versus
Yes,
the priest.
That's right. And so.
And we can
Mechanics,
see it's pirate warrior. Just the pure pirate, no dragons.
That's right.
And let's see. This priest is the dragon priest.
Oh, she's got Bloodhoof Brave, so that's interesting because
This is for the
this is for the
aggro
aggro
matchups,
which is really bad against the priest though because
And the
it
bash.
doesn't really do
And the
doesn't really do
priest
very
is
much.
already pretty good.
Let me get Mechanics.
Just invite spectate. The priest already has quite a good matchup versus the warrior with all their taunts and early minions able to contest the board quite well.
Yep. I think not having a one drop is really bad for the warrior here. It's a pretty aggro. The goal of the warrior basically is to try to go aggro on a priest before he can stabilize. And looking at turn 1 Worm
So
Messenger,
the
yeah.
priest's concern right now is he doesn't have another dragon other than his Twilight Whelp.
Yep.
So he was just thinking whether to play a Northshire Cleric or coin out the Wormrest Agent, and he decided to coin out Wormrest Agent, which is pretty much banking on the warrior playing something so
That's
that you
right.
can hero power.
Yep.
So-
Given the knowledge of the priest's hand here, the warrior almost certainly wants to heroic strike, but you don't know that he necessarily has it. Although having said that, you want to play around both Shadow Word, Power Word Shield, as well as the potential Northshire Cleric. So I guess the correct play would indeed be to heroic strike and attack.
Oh, and the dragon draw is so good here because he gets to develop double 1-drops.
And this is going to be problematic for the warrior because he's got no early pressure whatsoever, and both of these minions are kind of annoying because they're 3 health. So unless he draws
No, he has a
Firewatch-
bash.
Yeah.
He can bash the 2-3. I wouldn't bash the cleric because you just need to take the board
Agreed.
as soon as possible.
agreed. Yeah, but all the same, not having a weapon is quite problematic for the warrior here. So very unfortunate. This is a very unfortunate hand actually. It will be fine. This hand would actually be fine in the aggro mirror because you have bash followed by Bloodhoof Brave to try to stem the tide. But when you're playing against the Dragon Priest, it's much less good because he's got, now you can see the priest's board is kind of annoying for the warrior to deal with.
Yeah, the warrior is supposed to be the aggressor, but he has a very controlling hand right now,
Yeah.
and then it's just not going to work out well.
Yeah.
But everything could change the moment he draws a weapon.
That's right. Having said that, a weapon will be a game changer. And the priest is actually down to 3 cards in hand, which is kind of low. And he does not have a dragon to allow his Twilight Whelp to gain
Twilight
taunt.
Guardian.
Yeah, Twilight Guardian to gain taunt.
Yeah. He doesn't have a turn 3 play either.
Okay, so he goes for the
So he makes a
warrior goes for the
weapon.
weapon and the Bloodseal Raider, and he's so here's the patches, which is going to go to face. So this means the priest effectively gets to draw a free card.
And
That's
the
an
power
awesome
shield
power. That's an
you-
awesome power shield right there.
So I think here you power shield your 2-3 and then you clear the 3-3 with your minion. You heal your minion to draw a card and then you trade the cleric.
The
Wait,
greedy
no,
play,
no,
yeah.
no.
No, the greedy
No,
play
you
is
just
to-
power shield your 2-3. Then you power shield your.
You power shield the 2-3 definitely.
You could power shield your Northshire cleric.
I
No,
don't
no,
think
no,
that works
doesn't
well
work.
for
Okay.
you. Yeah.
So the question here is whether you kill the 3-3 or the 1-1 and go face with the 2-5.
Yeah. So using the 1-2 to kill the 1-1 and healing it is a bit of a greedy play because it allows you an extra card. And if you want you to stay
But
alive,
all you take is extra 2 face damage if he decides to go face with the 3/3.
That's true.
I think you can afford that, especially now that you
he's-
see that you drew another dragon.
He's
You're
incredibly
you're
far
gonna get
ahead.
a taunt.
Yep.
You know, either play I'm happy with.
Yeah, so he
Because
chooses to go for the non-greedy
It's also more efficient to heal your 2 attack minion because you're getting
he wants
more.
To, he wants to do that. That's interesting.
Yeah. So this is actually probably the best play he could make there. So his 2/4 dies to the 3/1 and the 1/1, but then you remove all of the damage of the board. You remove the patches, you remove the 3/3,
Yep.
and you get the most efficient heal on your highest attack minion rather than your Northshire Cleric, which wouldn't have the heal on the Northshire Cleric wouldn't have actually changed the board state at all,
Yep.
because it still dies to the 3 attack minion.
So this presents actually a dilemma for the warrior to solve because he's got the option to kill the 2/4 outright by hitting it with the weapon and the 3/1, but then he has an inefficient play in the Bloodhoof Brave because the priest player will simply heal his Northshire Cleric.
And the warrior solves everything by going
Yes.
face, because the taunt sort of helps protect his 3/1 minion. But you can see in the priest hand the Potion of Madness, which is gonna do so much work here. Or is it?
It's not the greatest Potion of Madness right now because the
Alright,
Bloodhoof Brave will
because
kill the
the
will kill
Bloodhoof
3/1.
Brave gets enraged, then you can't Potion of
Yeah,
Madness it.
that's right.
So then, in that case, it might be better to just Shadow or Death it.
That still requires it to be damaged. So I guess you Potion of Madness the Bloodhoof Brave, you steal it, you bash the 3/1, and then you use the
Shadow or
Shadow
Death
on it
on
yeah,
your own
on your own Bloodhoof Brave.
Bloodhoof
Yeah.
Brave. Right.
That makes the most sense
Or-
in this
So,
situation.
so that's one option, or he could just go for the Twilight Guardian and get a
Yep.
3/6 taunt.
Yep, that's right.
Which just dies.
It doesn't just die, but
It
because
blocks 6.
yeah,
It blocks 6.
That's right. It
damage.
removes the Bloodseal Raider from the equation, assuming that he doesn't know what else
Oh,
the warrior has.
I
So
don't
he's gonna
know.
go for the he's gonna go for the
Twilight.
historian play. That means
Twilight
he's gonna place to
Guardian.
heal one of his minions to draw another card, or heal himself. I think at this point he might want to heal himself because he's got sufficient cards in hand to potentially
So
deal with the warrior.
basically, I guess he's going for Holy Nova setup. But now you're committing yourself to Holy Nova
That's right.
turn, and then you can't really have
So-
the option of
Yeah,
playing
and so this turn the warrior can
taunts.
simply play the Arcanite Reaper and hit the if he's interested in controlling the board, he can use the Arcanite Reaper to hit the 2/5.
Or you could just go all face.
Yeah, so you go ball face.
And represents a fair amount of damage.
It's 10 in total,
damage.
which is pretty good. It's gonna be a problem for the priest to deal with, which is why I potentially advocated healing himself last turn. But he looks like he's gonna go for the board control plan. So he's gonna use the Bloodhoof Brave to hit the cleric. He's gonna use the 3/1 to hit face, and he's gonna use the 2/5 to. He's gonna run the Arcanite Reaper into the 2/5 potentially.
I'm not sure you Arcanite Reaper the 2/5. It was okay to forgo 2 face damage just to control
But
the
five,
cleric.
5 is a different story, I guess.
Yeah.
He thinks about it for a while. Probably face is probably the right option, but he goes for the board control plan, which is actually better in this case.
Knowing the
simply
priest
because
has-
the priest has both the Potion of Madness and the Holy Nova. So now the Potion of Madness is not useful until the warrior draws another small minion. The play here is most likely to Shadow Word Death the Bloodhoof Brave and to use the Nether Spike Historian.
No, he's going
to-
for the Power Word Shield.
Interesting. Okay, the Dragonfire Potion is a
First.
good draw. So I guess the goal is to make the Nether Spike Historian
Historian
survive. Not the greatest though. Having said that, he's only at 21, so it's not,
he's still really healthy.
Yeah, not happy about that.
Yeah, I would say he's probably playing around several types of possible cards from the warrior. Like, he's probably expecting certain things. I'm not really sure.
What could the warrior have actually? This is quite interesting. So the bash is interesting. He goes straight for the face actually with the bash.
Yeah, the bash is meant for the face.
It's really good in the mirror. It's really good in the mirror, I imagine. It's bash, so I guess this is where the parade of Twilight Guardians begins. I think, in my opinion, I would have preferred to see the priest save the Power Word Shield for the Twilight
the
Guardian.
taunt, yeah.
Although I guess given the number of taunts he does have in his hand currently, it's not that big of an issue. But Yeah, so the Warriors looking to be in a pretty tough spot now because he can't punch through all of that taunts with his weapon, and he's got limited burn. He's only got a mortal strike right now, which is gonna be a problem for him. So the Arcanite Reaper does not kill the Twilight Guardian. And is he going to what is he going to mortal strike here?
He can mortal strike the Guardian and exit.
And then he will,
Then his Berserker will be a 4 attack.
and then he allows the
clean
Berserker
trade.
to clean up on the Women's Agent. Okay, so that's
That's
this
as
turn.
efficient as the Warrior can do.
Yep.
And then
There's
the
a good
Warriors-
case actually here to be made for holding over. I think simply because the if in the absence of not knowing what the Warrior has in his hand, the priest might not want to take the risk of allowing the Berserker to go further. Especially
you
since he's so
definitely-
far ahead on cards.
I mean, if you think about playing the Twilight Guardian instead, it kind of dies to the
Yep.
it dies to the Berserker
That's
the
right.
same way. So you might as well Holy Nova,
That's
heal
right.
your minion, heal your
Yep.
own face.
Plus he's so far ahead on cards, so it's perfectly fine. So this turn, do you just go ahead and Arcanite Reaper,
Re-equip
Mortal
the
Strike?
Arcanite
Yeah,
Reaper.
Mortal Strike to give yourself a chance of being able to.
No,
Yeah,
because you won't have enough damage if you miss this 3 damage from the Whites.
Yeah. So the problem with this problem with this
You
with this,
sacrifice 2 face damage and you get potentially 5 more on a later
So
turn.
so the parade of Twilight Guardians continues. This is probably going to put the seal on the game for the priest. It's unlikely that the warrior is going to be able to do too much to combat that. The Bloodhoof
We
is
might
not
be
going to solve the problem.
might be seeing a concede from the Warrior, possibly. Well, if he draws upgrade sometime soon, maybe he can punch through both taunts and then still have a 6/1 weapon left.
Yeah,
but
by which time he'll be dead. He'll be dead to
Yeah.
all the damage from all the dragons. The
Yeah, by
operative
then-
is going to come out next turn, along with the Shadow Word Pain. And he's going to put a lot of pressure on the warrior to win in the next turn or not at all.
So I guess maybe he'll hold out for 1 more turn, and then when he sees the operative, then he'll.
Yeah.
The
He's thinking
operative
about-
and Shadow of Pain is
Think about
gonna
it to
be
punch
tough.
the Twilight Guardian, and to be honest, there's no good play here. You punching or not is just not good for you, regardless of what you choose.
It's a really bad matchup for the Pirate Warrior, and especially this kind
Especially
that's running
this build that runs Bloodhoof Graves,
anti-aggro.
and bash. It's not just not sufficiently efficient for this. So this is probably going to be the game. The Shadow Word Pain is going to kill the Bloodhoof Grave off. Might consider the Draconic Operative first before casting the Shadow Word Pain. If the,
He only has 6 mana, so 9 mana.
He's 9 mana.
Right.
the 9 is upside down. The 9 is upside down.
Oh, it was next to the Entomb, and I was like, I'm so sure that's only 6 mana. Oh,
So that's so basically here you just heal face and you
win.
Yeah, you put the pressure on and you cast it. Yeah, you make sure you cast it.
might as well operative. You don't
operative,
even
yeah.
really need the discover. You just need the body.
Yeah, you just need the 5/6. It's a pit. It could be a pit fighter and it will do the same thing.
Oh, you might as well pick the damage.
Yeah, why not take the face damage? Give the warrior a taste of his own medicine. Yeah, that's just gonna be the game. There's no way that the warrior is gonna be able to win this. He can
survive another
survive.
turn.
No, so he thinks. With the Cockroach Elite in hand, there's no way
yeah.
he survives that next turn. And it's quite funny if he casts the Frauding, and he doesn't attack with the Reaper, it will get potioned and used to hit him.
Well, if you cast the Frauding, you definitely hit with the Reaper, don't you?
Either way, this game is about to draw to a close. Looks like Mechanics is about to go 1-0 up in this matchup, and he's going to be down with his priest, and yep. And so that's the conceit. We will move on. We are going to move on to game 2, and now Mechanics will choose between his Aggro Shaman and his Reno Mage, whereas Chung FR can still choose between his full deck of Warrior, Shaman, or Rogue.
So Changfa, knowing that Mechanics only has Shaman and Mage left, he should probably opt to go for the Shaman.
Depends on what
Well, it
build his
depends
Shaman
on what
is,
build
though.
of Shaman.
Yeah.
If it's a type of Shaman that can beat Aggro Shaman, then you probably go for the Shaman, because it also has a chance against Reno Mage to just outrun the Reno Mage and still win against
Yep.
Reno.
Yep.
Whereas the Rogue just loses to Aggro Shaman, and then Reno Mage is still not great.
So we do have the Shaman Mirror. We do indeed have the Shaman Mirror.
Yep. This is expected.
Not quite the mirror because it's Morgul against Thrall, but close enough.
So I think Changfa
out
is
the-
playing Aggro Shaman as well.
Check out the 2 Flamey Facelesses in.
Oh, you probably
Mechanics'
won't
hand.
keep them.
Do you keep one though? Do you think about keeping one?
Yeah, you keep one because you can
They'll have
coin
access to
it
each other's
out.
deck list, so I'm sure they understand that both are playing. Oh, so he chose to mulligan everything. It looks like Mechanics is opting for the Doom Hammer build, which means he'll have a Rock Biter weapon in his deck as well.
Not necessarily. I actually believe he's not running Rock Biter
Oh,
because
interesting.
you just play it for the 16 potential damage versus control. You don't really need
That's
the
true.
burst of the
Doom Hammer
Rock
is better
Biter.
against.
And oftentimes, even if you run the Rock
control
Biter build,
barriers.
you end up using the Rock Biter as just 3 damage instead of 6 damage. So
That's right. So
after the Rock
so
Biter
we've
nerf,
got-
not a lot of players running it anymore.
This is quite interesting. So if you were Mechanics, do you coin the
Lightning Bolt?
Lightning Bolt if you cast a Thunder Shock? Or is the plan instead to go for the Spirit Claws, South Sea Deckhand, and attack and kill the 1/3 instead?
I think you coin the Lightning Bolt just because you don't know what's in your opponent's hand, so you can't just leave the Trunk there and it could potentially.
Oh, yeah. So the alternative play was the Spirit Claws and South Sea Deckhand. So you'll get patches.
That's
which will allow
that's not good because the Trunk trades so well against your deckhand and your patches,
Yeah.
and then it's kind of weak to Maelstrom Portal too. So
Well, you could give
I like this play by Mechanics.
Oh, that's a great draw too. I think the play here is Spirit Claws probably.
Yeah,
yeah.
because your pirate will have charge,
Yes,
so
that's
there's
right.
not much point playing it now.
That's right. Yeah. So
And the question is whether you attack with the Spirit Claws because your Doom Hammer has so many charges and your Spirit
Yeah.
Claws has so many charges.
no, I think the answer is no because it's a more attritional matchup. You can probably use the Spirit Claws to greater effect if you hold it.
Yeah, but he's probably gonna equip the Doom Hammer before all of the charges
fine,
are
I
gone.
mean,
So it's kind
it's a
of
pass.
missing one phase damage.
This is a patches turn. Would you Totem Golem knowing that you won't be able to flame reface?
Yes, because you need to buff your Chalk to cleanly trade
Okay.
with the
Yeah,
taunts.
that makes sense. Yeah. So this is gonna allow Mechanics to go straight up. I suppose would he play around Maelstrom Portal here and run out both his pirates in, or does he go for the?
No, it's not really playing around Maelstrom Portal because you save your one, as in it's just 2 of your life because the weapon charge you can afford to spend since you have Doom Hammer.
Yeah.
And like it's worth it to keep the 1/1 in case he doesn't have the Maelstrom Portal.
Okay, so here it's a good turn again, and a good turn for Mechanics because he'll simply more weapons is not what he wanted to see here, but that's fine because he's so far ahead.
I don't see how hero power is a good turn.
No, it's a good turn in the sense that he retains the status
Yeah,
quo.
I agree. I agree with using the weapon and not the 1/1. Like just like last turn, he spent he spent 2 of his life to preserve the 1/1. So it makes sense to spend 1 of your life this time.
What Chongfer needs is actually really a Maelstrom Portal. He doesn't have one though. If
He
had a Maelstrom
actually
Portal-
he can Thanos and Trog and Lightning Bolt the Totem Golem, which is quite efficient and buffs your Thanos Trog.
Yep.
And then the weapon will probably end up clearing the 1/1 totem. You clear the totem instead of the pirate because you limit your
The rolls
Yeah.
from the enemy.
the
Yeah.
power of your opponent's
right.
hero power.
Yep. The play here is probably
So
Flaming
there's a lot of
Faceless for
options, and the Flaming Faceless is always the most attractive option. But then you face the threat of that Tunnel Trog, which knowing a Changfer's hand can actually just trade with the 7/7 after a Lava Burst.
So, but I think the play is I think that's still the correct play in the absence of anything else. You probably kill the Downers with your weapon. Yeah. Does he re-equip the Spirit Claws here, or does he think about? Or
He
does
re-equip the Spirit Claws because there's no guarantee you're gonna equip the Doom Hammer next turn, knowing that you have Feral Spirits in hand.
No, I mean he's overloaded over 2 anyway. So he could do it on the turn on turn 6, but yeah,
as
on
in-
turn 7, but yeah.
You might as well equip the Spirit Claws. It's not gonna like. Are you really going to use all 8 charges of your Doom Hammer and then you still want to have a Spirit Claws after that? Maybe by then you've drawn your other weapon.
Yeah,
You might as well have the Spirit Claws now,
interesting.
and then if you play Feral Spirits next turn, you might top deck into another 1-drop.
So interesting here is whether I think Chungfer is under a lot of pressure. So the lava burst into the will allow him to clear the flaming faceless, but it also necessitates trading the Tunnel Trog, which is difficult, which is quite bad for him.
But he can't really do anything
yeah.
else here.
Yeah, he
because-
can't not clear the 7/7 though because he's going for the Azure
Well, I guess he can clear the patches.
He can kill patches, although I don't know if that's it's going to take 7 face
Well,
damage.
Now Mechanics has to worry about the Azure Drake because that spell power can be quite useful for Changfa. Maybe if he rolls the spell power totem next turn, then the lava burst is gonna do even more damage.
Yep. And if he does ignore one potential is he could potentially ignore the both minions and go for face, and then cast a Feral Spirit, hoping it'll be sufficient to deter the 2 attackers next turn, which will allow him to do another 7 face damage with the.
I think the play
with
here
the
is
Faceless.
definitely the Feral Spirits. You
Yes.
even have the 1-drop to
Yes.
pair along with it.
Definitely, yeah, Finley. See what
And
see what
you
get
Finley
out of it.
first just to see what
Yeah.
you can get.
So he's got the option of
Uh,
shapeshift, light and steady shot. I think shapeshift is great here in conjunction with the
The
Doom Hammer.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it helps you gain some
That's right.
armor.
That's right.
Definitely, probably the pick here, because life tap is just gonna, although it's really good, it makes you take more damage, which you could potentially
he goes
die.
for the steady shot. Okay, interesting. So he figures he's sufficiently aggressive that he doesn't need to.
I don't know about the steady shot because you're definitely gonna play the Doom Hammer unless Changfa is running acidic Swarmos. I don't see why you'll be afraid of. I think maybe it's an oversight.
Might be a little greedy actually. Yeah, I feel like
He might not have seen the because the shapeshift not only allows you to do two extra face damage with the Doom Hammer, it also allows you to clear things like Feral Spirits
that's
cleanly.
right.
So
yeah. The 3 toughness, the 3 attack, it enables you in conjunction
Oh,
with Doom
and-
Hammer is pretty good.
and Changfa really wanted the spell power.
Yeah, if
totem
he could spell
here
power, he
to
will be
get
able
the
to
7
yep,
burst.
That's right. He will
the
build
7
lava burst
burst.
the Finley Faces to death and give himself a chance in this matchup. But
As it is now, I don't
it's
see-
not happening. I think
I don't see how he survives.
the Totem Golem's gonna come down to buff the Tunnel Shroud, which will allow the Tunnel Shroud to trade with one of the
Yeah, but he can't even
Spirit Wolves. But
can't
this will
even
not-
kill
yeah.
the
That's
7/7.
right. That's right. It's not gonna happen. I don't think this is.
Oh, so the steady shot here actually is because he's not gonna play Doomhammer this turn. He's just gonna steady shot him to death.
yes. Well, to be fair, that's because he's overloaded for 2 next turn from the Feral Spirit, so he can't actually.
He can't
Doomhammer
Doomhammer and steady
steady
shot.
shot.
So he's actually gonna count on like maybe top decking into a.
Okay, so Chongfa
So
actually.
Changfa recognizes that he absolutely cannot take any more points of damage. So he needs
Yeah.
the lava burst.
Unfortunately, that looks like it's game because it's 7 plus 5. That's gonna be that. That's
Yeah,
gonna be
so
another second
mechanics
match, yeah.
accounted that he may have drawn into lightning bolt for little instead of yeah, so he accounted that this sort of situation might have happened. That's why he picked the steady shot, so it will still be lethal with lightning bolt.
Yep.
So that was quite a good play by mechanics, recognizing that he could close out the game the very next turn.
Nicely done. So this actually puts mechanics 2-0 on Chongfa. That leaves him only with the Reno Mage, and Chongfa will still have his 3 decks at his
So at this
disposal.
point, Changfa can choose whatever he wants because he knows that mechanics is only going to be playing Reno Mage. So if I were Changfa, I would just pick the fastest matchups to try to get it over and done with as quickly as possible. As in, try not to waste any more time.
I mean
So I'll just play like Shaman. or
I mean,
something.
it literally makes no difference what you choose because you just need to win with all 3. So
Oh yeah, Pyro
he
Warrior.
goes
That's
for, I think he
quite
goes for
fast
Pyro
there.
Warrior. Yeah, although this is a slightly more tuned version to deal with aggro. So Patches is good, it's definitely getting sent back. I
Yeah,
think
it's great that you see it in your mulligan, so you know
That's
that
right.
you won't be getting it
and
back
he
unless you
keeps the
draw
Berserk
it.
Cultist, so
Unless
he
you
gets
draw it
the
on your
weapon.
first turn.
Yeah, so here comes the weapon.
So
hopefully,
this matchup is actually not too bad for the Pyro Warrior because he can actually kill him before turn 6. We can
Yep.
see the Reno right there in the Mage's hand.
yeah.
So
This is a really good hand for the mage. It has everything that it kind of needs to survive.
yeah. So I think mechanics should just show his hand over to Changfu and tell him like. Yeah,
That
yeah.
would
I
be
think
the-
I think it's over.
Oh,
see
my! Look at these draws. This is ridiculous. This is one of the best possible. Basically, mechanics drew effectively what mechanics did was he drew the 5 best cards in his deck against Pirate Warrior. more or
Well,
less.
pretty much.
Yeah. Well, although the Surf Finley is good for Chongfa though.
So Changfa is gonna see himself with no minions and no weapon next turn.
yes, this is gonna be.
Even the Doomsayer is not even necessary at this point.
The
because-
Doomsayer would normally be good, but in this case, it just isn't. It just isn't
Because Changfa doesn't even have
the rest of
anything
the Phoenix
left.
hand is so good. Yeah, and this is just not gonna. This is not happening. I do not see. Oh, that was a good draw though. The Fireworks was an excellent draw. it'll allow Shangfa some potential to actually win this game. I think he's gonna
He probably
Finley,
plays the Warx here to try to take
Yes.
back the board.
Yes, certainly he's gonna go for the steady shot. I think.
Yeah,
in this
you
case,
need all the damage you
and
can
he's
get.
gonna Warx to hit the ooze. Although mechanics next turn is quite simple too. You just
Just
ice block.
Doomsayer. Just Doomsayer.
No, do you ice block or do you Doomsayer?
You
I would-
Doomsayer to slow down the warrior's development. There's not much point in developing ice block when you're not going to die very soon. And you'll have time to develop the ice block later on anyway.
Okay.
So I think it is a pretty clear Doomsayer turn. And you can, I guess you can ping the Finley just to be safe in case he clears your Doomsayer.
Well, if the warrior spending time clearing Doomsayer, that's probably not a good sign for him. Especially with a board
Just
only 1
to save
million
a
and one
Finley?
weapon. Yeah,
No
just to save a
way.
Finley is, it's not just not good.
That's not happening. So I would like to see a Doomsayer come down here. He's probably just thinking whether he wants to play a Dirty Rat or not. And I said no need to take the risk. If the Dirty Rat pulls out the Frauding Berserker, who knows what might happen next turn.
That's correct. Yeah.
So
Well, upgrade's a good draw for Chongfer. He can,
definitely. At least he can do something while the
that's right,
Doomsayer is here, so he gets to upgrade deal 4 with his weapon.
and he can hope to draw a pirate next turn, which will allow allow him to combine the Bloodsail Cultist to make his weapon even bigger.
But little does he know the special card in Mechanics hand that
Yep.
Ronald Jackson.
We're gonna be rich.
So we're gonna see 7 face damage here most likely.
Yeah.
I think our hero power saved the bash for a turn where you can hero power and bash.
he's going for he might be going for the to clear the Doomsayer actually.
I don't understand this play. All you do is save your Finley. Usually when
Yeah.
you clear the Doomsayer, you are developing at the same time. At the very least, like you can
Yes.
develop your Frauding Berserker or something.
I would understand.
Here all you're doing is saving your 1/2 Finley.
That's right. Yeah, I would understand if the Finley were pirate because then the Bloodsail Cultist would make sense. But Finley isn't even a pirate. It doesn't make sense. This actually just basically the sacrificing of 4+3 damage.
So
that
here
could have
is-
gone to the face.
Here is where Mechanics could potentially lose if he went for a Dirty Rat Volcanic Potion. Luckily, he didn't think of such suicidal plays when he has the perfect hand to counter even the Frostbolt, the face.
That's a really good draw from Strongfire though. He
Yeah, he gets
now
to upgrade his
the
weapon.
Yeah.
He probably coins out the Berserker even. He just plays everything in his hand.
At this point, there's no point holding back because if you do, you will get wrecked. You will get wrecked by the Reno Mage's late game. So when your opponent's at 22 life after 5 turns and you're a warrior, you're probably not in a good position to in the match at all.
So
he
he's
needs
thinking
just
whether he wants to commit the Berserker here or just.
I think he should. I think I would if I were him.
I would too.
He's but this is clearly. It's clearly quite tough decision for him because he's not privy to the knowledge of.
I think if your
Mechanics'
board
hand, as we
if your
are.
board gets cleared, if your opponent has like a blizzard or some form of board clear and he can clear all 4 of your minions, you're not gonna win this game either. So
and the Berserker's not good by itself anyway because it's
yeah,
better,
even
it's better
like
on board
after
and
he
minions
clears your
actually
board and you
damage.
put the Berserker down, you're not gonna win that game.
Yeah.
So you definitely coin it out now. It represents more face damage in the long run.
So he makes what we think is the right move, and he coins out the Berserker. And so let's see what Mechanics draws. So this next turn is almost suddenly going to be spent setting up the ice block.
Frostbolt.
Yeah, the ice block with the Frostbolt. Yeah.
No, he doesn't really need the ice block. He can just Frostbolt and
Dirty Rat maybe, perhaps. Yeah. So Dirty Rat would be good.
Frostbolt the Berserker, Dirty Rat,
And ping the
Tree
Berserker.
Tree.
Ping the Berserker.
Ping the Tree to set up your Volcanic Potion. Then you can Volcanic Potion and Ice Block.
I see.
Or you can yeah, you ping the Tree.
That's slightly risky though. With the
No, there's no risk involved at all
That's
because
true.
you develop the block next
Yeah.
turn. There's no way your opponent kills you just with a 5 attack weapon, a Hunter Hero Power, and 1 card.
Yep.
It's literally impossible to do 9 damage with 1 card for the Pirate Warrior. So
Yep.
so it's a fairly safe play. Oh, it's not just 9 damage. It's oh wait. It's 7 on the board, right?
Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
blind.
So he does develop the ice block and he goes for the Frostbolt. Oh, that's a good draw.
7 on the board, but 6 protected by Taunt. That would be that means there will be 1 extra through the Taunt. Which means you need one card to do 8 damage. I think the Dirty Rat ping was the right play. Because it was impossible for the warrior to...
I think he was trying to play it safe as possible. Having said that, this is a...
This is not as safe as possible because you could potentially just get run over and then don't have time to Reno plus clear the board. So I think that was just a mistake by mechanics.
Yeah, and actually Chongfa here,
because he was
incredibly good draw actually.
He was completely safe if he played the Dirty Rat and ping. It was impossible for the warrior to kill him. And it sets up the board clear so nicely. Then he could have Volcanic Potion and...
So this is actually going to pop the ice block.
Yeah, and then he's forced to Reno against a Frauding Berserker and a full board.
Yep. This is
so now mechanics could potentially lose because of that play he made.
So I must say that Chongfa has had an incredibly good draw this game. He's had as good a draw actually as one could hope for as a pirate warrior in this case.
Mechanics had a really good draw too, but I think he messed up a bit on that turn.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Chongfa did not draw the card he wanted to see, and this
Arcanite Reaper would have been a card he wanted to see.
Yeah, and this is only 14 on board plus the hero power, so he puts him back down to 14 health.
This isn't too bad.
You definitely go
all face.
No. You can trade the 1/1 and get one extra face damage because of your Frauding Berserker.
True. The berserker will eat. The berserker will allow him to do an extra. Interesting. So the question is, of course, what would mechanics do on his turn if
the thing is, if Changfa's board gets cleared here, he kind of loses the game. So he might play with the knowledge that, as in, he might not play around board clear and just go for the trade to... Oh, he doesn't even trade the Finley.
He goes face with everything. I think he's going to commit the Small Time Buccaneer to the board.
Yeah, you don't trade the Finley because you play with the knowledge that you don't play around board clear.
He does not commit the Small Time Buccaneer. I wonder why.
He's trying to play around board clear, but if your board gets cleared at this point, can you really still win?
And the Dirty Rat is really good for mechanics here. So there goes the Dirty Rat into the Small Time Buck, followed by the Volcanic Potion to clear the board. It's uphill here for Changfa, very uphill. Having said that, there is still he still has a chance of chance.
Well, the board isn't clear.
Yeah, it's gonna. That's the second ice block, which could be quite big.
Yeah.
Okay, what does Changfa want to draw here? Arcanite Reaper perhaps. Heroic Strike will do it. Yeah, Heroic Strike will do it. It's still good. It'll allow him to kill the Dirty Rat and punch for
not
3.
as great as the Reaper.
Yep.
So,
and I see here that it's interesting because actually here, this turn it's quite clearly Ice Block plus Emperor for mechanics.
Yeah,
and
mechanics kind of needs to set up a.
Yep.
Set up enough damage.
He's not out of the woods yet, but he's close to being. He's close to winning as well himself.
I think it's very possible that mechanics loses this game if Changfa manages to draw.
That was not the draw that Changfa wanted.
Just a bit more damage.
Yeah. That was not the draw that Changfa wanted. He'll almost certainly play the Frauding Berserker anyway, because you need.
It slows down the mechanics
damage.
damage.
That's right.
All you need to do now is survive a few more turns, draw.
That's right.
Draw into your damage.
Oh, he does not cast the Frauding Berserker. Very interesting. And mechanics now has the Ice Barrier, which is pretty big because
it's gonna seal this game.
Antonidas, yeah, Antonidas into Ice Barrier this turn.
That's gonna be game because now he has 8 more health and there's no way the warrior does 15 plus through the ice block.
Yeah, this is gonna be the game.
And the Antonidas is never gonna die, so the fireballs are gonna be.
These are not the draws that Changfa's looking for. All the nice draws in the early game have kind of dried up. He's drawing now the control part of his deck, which is not what you want to be seeing against this board. I think at this point we can quite safely saying that mechanics will be moving on to 4-0, and we'll be featuring him again next round. He will be fighting it out for the slot in the tavern hero qualifier.
He very nearly threw this game by the Dirty Rat not playing the Dirty Rat Frostbolt turn.
Yep, but he has survived, and congratulations to mechanics who has swept Chongfa 3-0. The last game being the closest of the 3. Yep.
Unfortunately, Changfa didn't draw the damage he wanted.
That's correct. Okay. Since we're here, we'll go into another. We'll see if our ice will allow us to spectate, because he's currently on table 2. He's also undefeated and going for 4-0. He's currently playing against Ion.
Here we see the Jade Druid versus Reno Mage matchup, which is abysmal for the Mage. Probably one of the worst matchups right now in Hearthstone. So it's just like Control Warrior for the Freeze Mage. Well, instead of having infinite armor, this time the Druid has infinite bot threats. Well, in this case, we can see the Druid actually doesn't have infinite bot threats, because he's kind of run out of hand size.
Yeah, but having said that, the mage is not in a happy position, because the druid has a big board. He needs specifically to have a Frost Nova Doomsayer or something along those lines.
Or Kazakus Potion,
Yep.
but he doesn't have the mana to play the 10 mana one,
Yep.
which he needs. So the mage probably gonna end up losing.
Yeah, so that Arcane Intellect is not going to help him unless he has a Frost Nova Doomsayer off of it. Maybe he's lacking one of it. Oh, so the Mind Control tag might help.
If it's still a taunt maybe, but
Yeah, did not.
no
he had
luck
a
on
2 in
that.
5 chance instead of
it's
seeing
still
a
the
taunt,
worst
yeah.
one also.
Okay, so that will do it. That's the game. It's just face for the win from the druid, and
Just the
of course he
BM
has to rub it in
Nourish.
with the Fandral Nourish. Yeah, but that will be the game. So congratulations
Oh,
to
more BM.
Ice.
Maybe the double living roots to the face.
No, I think he just goes straight in. Okay, so Ice has 1-1. I'm not quite sure what the score is right now, but we'll see if they continue to play. We'll see if they're able to. We'll see what the matchup is. It looks like they might actually be done. So Ice might actually have won. And if Ice has indeed won, then it will be Mechanics versus Ice in the final round, which we will be featuring for the next round for all the marbles. So we will see you guys shortly for the final round, for the basically what is the finals of the Tavern Hero qualifier here at Grey Ogre Games. Be right back.
and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down. and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down.
Okay, welcome back everyone once again to the Tavern Hero qualifier at Grey Ogre Games. We are about to start the finals, wherein Mechanics is going to battle SGR Ice for all the marbles, which is basically the winner's slot and a place in the Tavern Hero, the Tavern Hero, the Tavern Hero Brawl. So we are gonna wait, and we're gonna start very shortly. So SGIs of course is on Mage, Shaman and Druid, and Mechanics is on Priest, Shaman and Mage. So we will wait for them to start the match, and we will get ready to spectate them once they're done. They're looking at the deck list now.
SGIs and Mechanics.
Yep, that's right. Yeah. So those are our two players in the finals. We'll just wait for a while.
So both of them are running Shaman and Mage. The only difference is the Druid versus the Priest. And I think the Dragon Priest is actually favored versus all three of RI's decks. So whereas the Druid of course has a really good matchup versus the Mage, but not too great versus the other two. So I think Mechanics actually has the advantage here.
Yeah, we got to see some of the Jade Druid deck towards the end of the last round when we spectated the Ice versus Yuri, and you could see that it was quite a horrendous matchup for the Reno Mage actually. It just got completely dominated by the huge minions that the Jade Druid could put on the board.
So I think as long as Mechanics doesn't have to kill Reno Mage into Jade Druid, we should be pretty good for him, depending on how the Shaman mirror goes and how the Mage mirrors, if they have to play Mage mirrors. So just waiting for the game to start now.
We'll just hang around for a bit while they load up. We understand that they are kind of setting up. They got to look at each other's deck list first, and then they will come online and start battling once they are ready.
Jade Druid, haven't been seeing a lot of it right now. It's not really that popular, but with how it counters Reno Mage and how popular Mage is now, it could be quite a good choice to bring to a tournament.
Yeah, it looks like Ice has had good success with the deck today.
Yeah, I think Ice is also one of the better Druid players I know around here. So he's quite good with the Druid, even able to win against seemingly thought to be unfavorable matchups like Shaman. Because he is running the double Ancient of War, so that makes it much better versus aggro. You drop your first big taunt and they kill it, and then you drop your second one and they concede.
Yes, that's it's quite interesting actually. So meanwhile on the other side of the bracket, Mechanics has had a really good run. As we saw last round, actually really dominating Chongfe in the matchup 3-0. Even despite Chongfe having a really good aggro warrior draw, still able to.
It was a good draw, but the matchup wasn't favored. So Mechanics really has quite
we're into this,
good lineup here.
Yeah,
Managed to counter a lot of his opponents.
Okay, he's invited us to spectate, and so it's mid-range Shaman I think against the Dragon Priest. So what's your take on how this will play out?
I think actually the Shaman here is favored slightly. Wasn't really sure whether he was mid-range or aggro at first.
Yeah, the Venomous kind of seals it. We can see here that these are all gonna get thrown back. Whereas Mechanics mulligan his Frost Nova. The Dragon Priest has a really good starting hand actually.
I think it's not really favored for the Shaman. It's maybe like closer to 50-50. But I would say the Shaman is slightly favored just because all of the big threats and then the hexers.
The hexers allow him to deal with the biggest
threats. Hexers are really
big.
Yeah.
So this is interesting because
I think this game could come down to what the operatives discover.
Yeah. So the operative in Mechanics hand is quite key here. If you can get a tiny AOE or burn spell or hex even to wipe away some of the key the key minions in Ice's deck, or if you can steal say a Ragnaros or something of the sort, it could actually decide the game. So now we see that Mechanics is tanking. He's thinking about what he wants to do on the second turn. His options include the Wormest Agent or the
Power Shield, or the
yeah.
Coin Cabal Talon
Yep,
Priest.
that's right.
Of course, Talon Priest better than Power Shield.
Yes,
there.
that's right.
So it's just whether he wants to spend a coin.
Okay, so he
Or he
spends,
could
so he spends
coin
the
the Power Shield on the Wormrest.
Yeah. So this allows him basically to have some semblance of board control, because the Thunder Golem cannot punch through the Wormest Agent, and this turn Ice is actually restricted by the fact that he overloaded last turn. So it's very difficult to punch through this Wormest Agent. That
It's also
Mechanics has
interesting
going.
whether or not to Power Shield the Wormrest or the Dragon. But I think he's planning to Cabal Talon Priest the Dragon. So he wants the 7 health on the
Yeah,
Dragon
that
and
makes
not
sen-
the
that makes
Taunt.
sense, yeah.
And also the Taunt, as you could see, it would have died to a Spirit Claws or Maelstrom Portal if he didn't buff it. So
Yeah, so it's a good call. In fact, Ice did indeed draw the Maelstrom Portal, which could have dealt with the Wormest Agent.
it also would have died to a Spell Power Lightning Bolt. So like this, you're only losing to a 3 plus another lightning, just a normal lightning bolt, which isn't too efficient on 2 mana. Or I guess he can't spell power lightning bolt if if he's only on 2 mana.
Although the question then is, what does Mechanics want to do this turn? Is the plan to he drew the
About-
Shadow Word Death? He
the
drew the Shadow
plan
Word
is-
Death.
Oh, the pain.
He drew the Shadow
Oh.
Word Pain. So I think
Right.
that's the play. Yeah. So then he just attacks into the totem and ensures that he maintains board control here, which
That's
is
quite a good draw. If he hadn't drawn that, the Talon Priest would also have been really strong.
yeah. Okay. So our Ice responds to the thing from below, which is also very good. Because
And unfortunately, Mechanics is unable to answer that right now.
all he can do is actually buff up the Wormest Agent and hope that our Ice does not have a
Hex, which
does
he
not have a hex,
has.
which he does
So it's
indeed
gonna
have in his
be-
hand.
It's gonna be quite problematic for Mechanics.
Yeah, so the Talon
Which is
Priest is
why-
gonna come down to buff the Wormest Agent. I don't think Mechanics is gonna attack into the thing from below, because that would allow the
It's correct to do what Mechanics just did, and unfortunately he's gonna get punished right now by a Hex.
Yep.
Most likely.
Yeah, so this so this version of the Shaman matches up very well against the Priest currently. The cards in Ice's hand are all currently kind of relevant. The Mission Portals are not so relevant now, but they may be later, especially with the spell power that is definitely gonna be packing into his deck. So here we see the Hex on the Wormest Agent, followed by the Maelstrom Portal.
Maelstrom
Which-
Portal here so that he's not
Yeah.
overloaded, so he
Yep.
can
Very
lead
nice.
well into his IR
That's right.
turn.
Yeah.
And even though the Dragon Priest got a really nice start, you can see the Shaman starting to take the board
Yep.
here.
Having said that, the operative this turn is going to be huge for Mechanics. He's going to
So
give him
let's
something
see what
good.
it's not a great
the greatest.
discover.
Is it the Blood Mage or the Flame Tongue? I think
It's probably the Blood
probably the Blood
Mage.
Mage, because it allows him to it allows Holy Nova to be more potent.
And he has the Dragon Fire Potion in hand
That's right.
even.
That's right. So this is not terrible. Having said that, the Ragnaros is a nice draw, and this is going to be a Jade Golem, and it's going to be a Jade Lightning into a Jade Claws, which will allow the Shaman to further develop his board while ensuring that the Priest does not have any minions. This is going to be a problem now at this point for Mechanics. It's going to have issues with the with trying to close out the. We're trying to take control of the board, especially given that there's Eye of Black Claw coming.
unfortunately, I did say the game is probably going to be decided by the operative, and that was a bad operative.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see how the game pans out.
Yeah, this is still not good for Mechanics. The Eye of Black Claw is almost certainly going to come down this turn, and I think Ice is going to try to maintain board control by ensuring that
You clear the spell power
right.
and then you go face. And we're probably gonna see an Entomb here because
Yep.
It's,
Mechanics desperately needs some semblance of board control. The problem with the Entomb is that it leaves him short of Ragnaros, which is almost certainly going to come down the following turn.
well, I guess he doesn't know there's a Ragnaros in the hand, and then hopefully he draws into a Shadow of Death. He even has the Azure Drake to
Yep.
fish into it,
That's right.
or he could even just maybe try to.
if he wants. He has the alternative option of attempting to just try to develop his own board this turn. The problem with that is, Eye of Black Claw dominates whatever he has in his hand, so it's just not efficient for him to try to develop the board this turn. Okay, so it looks like he's gonna go for the for the Talon Priest into Blood Mage Thanos and heal up his own Twilight Well. So this allows him actually to survive the Eye of Blackpaw attack. The problem is Eye of Blackpaw will happily that was such a good draw by Ice. Now this basically means that he can trade with the board.
Yeah, but then he doesn't develop Ragnaros. I think he still plays Ragnaros here.
Yep, I agree. If he's afraid of Shadow Word Death, he might not play Ragnaros. He does not know what's in Mechanic's hand. But the problem with the Flame Town Totem is that it's susceptible to AoE clear, which Mechanics currently has.
Yeah,
so he does indeed play the.
I like the
Ragnaros
Ragnaros
play. He goes for the Ragnaros play. I think what Ice is gonna do is he's probably gonna make sure that the Thanos dies.
He should clear the Thanos with the 3/3 and then clear the 2/6 with the 5.
He chooses to go this other route. He goes for the. So now here, it'll be interesting to see what Ragnaros hits. In this case, I think Mechanics would much prefer Ragnaros to hit his face because he can actually come back from that. Whereas the Ragnaros hitting the Twilight Whelp is quite bad for him.
Yeah.
So he's also facing down 7 points of Jade damage.
He's pretty much forced to entomb the Ragnaros.
He has to entomb here. Yeah, there's no question about it. And heal up. I think Ice is probably gonna respond by Flame Town Toteming and
which
hitting.
is gonna be bad for our Eyes because we see the Dragonfire potion in the hand.
Yep. So here comes
and he even
he's going all in.
5/5.
This is an all in play from Ice. It is going to deal 11 points of damage, 13 points of damage to Mechanic's face, half his life total. But this is going to be pretty bad on the backswing for Ice because the Dragonfire potion is going to wipe his entire board.
I'm not sure why he wanted to all in there. He was kind of in the driver's seat already, and
yeah, this is actually a huge swing. It's like a 4 for 1 or something from Mechanic's side. I think I'll cast a brand here too if I were him.
Dragonfire potion is quite a common card. Like
yeah, I mean you would expect it from the priest.
But the shaman's not out of it. Yeah, the priest only at 13 life.
Yep. And the Mission Border is about to clear. Mission Border plus a weapon hit is about to clear brand, which is good for the shaman. Oh look, it's a Twilight Well, but non buffed.
I like to point out that Ice should have Maelstrom Portal before hero powering.
In case he gets
the Lowly Squire.
Lowly Squire, yeah.
Although
oh, I see. So now it's there's a Bloodlust in.
No, you should pick the Spirit Clause.
Yeah, the Spirit Clause is excellent here for Mechanics purposes. He even has the Azure Drake to buff it up with spell power, spell damage.
So operative, of course, useful on ladder because you get to see information about your opponent's deck. Of course, in this tournament, we get to see the opponent's deck anyway. So
we do know Mechanics does know that Ice has the Bloodlust in his deck at some point, so he needs to be careful of that.
Interesting that he chooses not to clear the 2.
Oh, this is nice. So what Ice is going to do here is going to Azure Drake. He's certainly going to Lightning Storm, and he's certainly going to Spirit Clause to clear the operative.
And
see if he rolls high. He does roll high. And
very
so this
fortunate series of draws for the shaman, which is why I think that this shaman is quite favored.
So once again now Mechanics is once again in trouble. He cannot effectively get rid of the Azure Drake, and the Azure Drake is currently powering up the Spirit Clause,
which is
so he's finding himself in a pretty tough spot right now.
He's facing lethal right now, so he can't Ysera. Or he will die.
He might choose to Nether Spike Historian look for a taunt. That will probably be his best out, I think, at this point.
If he drakes first, he could draw into maybe Holy Nova or something.
Yep. The problem with draking first is that
you can't play the
taunt if you discover it off the Nether Spike Historian. He does indeed draw the Holy Nova though, so that's a very nice. That is very nice.
That's fortunate.
It will allow him.
I think you do play the Holy Nova.
You certainly do. Yeah, you certainly do. This allows. This forces.
And a weak draw from Ice.
And Ice is only at 7, so he actually needs to be very careful.
He should go out face here. Yep. That's his only out, and the taunt.
He did get the taunt,
really
just perfect.
Here.
Yep. Having said that, there is a Spirit Clause here on
which allows him to clear the taunt totem so that his Drake can make
can make the trade. I think
make that horrible trade.
But I think
definitely look for the taunt.
Go for the dragon first. See if that's excellent.
That's the taunt. You pick the taunt. The taunt.
No. Oh my! He went for the greedy play of the Draconic Operative. That's actually quite bad because if Mechanics now draws a Bloodlust.
Oh, but he got the storm.
Oh my!
It's over.
How these? No, it's not over. It's not over. He doesn't have mana to cast the Spirit Clause.
So now it's all up to whether the shaman rolls the lightning bolt.
Oh, that's game.
That's game.
We have a very close first game. In which Yeah. Okay, and so yeah, can hear from
He
outside
could have
that
played
yeah.
it safe.
Oh my, that was
Wow,
quite
ballsy.
that was quite the that was
I
quite the
like
play
it.
there, yeah. Okay, so Mechanics takes a very hard fought and very tense game one, coming back from a fairly large deficit to beat our Ice thanks to the Dragonfire potion. So now it's only he's only got to choose from either Reno Mage or Aggro Shaman. And so we'll see what they choose to do after this. Yeah. So that was a pretty amazing sequence of events. I'm
The
quite impressed.
Ragnaros was already gone. So if I'd like to point out if Mechanics took the taunt there, he was pretty much 100% safe.
That's correct. Yeah. He might have been trying to
dying.
play around
As in,
Bloodlust, but
he
I
was
don't think-
100% safe from dying that turn.
Yes, that's correct.
But
Although, yeah,
he might have been overrun eventually if the Shaman continued to draw well.
that's right. And also I wonder if there were other draws in that will allow the Shaman to win. But well, I guess
No, IR was gone.
Yeah.
Bloodlust.
Okay, so now
wasn't-
we see it's gonna be Reno Mage against the Aggro Shaman, and Reno Mage is quite heavily favored, I think, especially with the hand that Ice currently holds.
Yeah. I'm not sure which build of Reno Mage Ice is playing. If he's playing the more burn focused build with less early game, then it's not as good. But if you just look at this hand, it's really
He
nice.
chose the Mulligan the Dirty Rat. That's interesting.
Of course, the Dirty Rat isn't it's more for the control matchups. It's not really great against Shaman, especially when they play 4 mana 7/7s.
Yeah, it's not a risk you want to be taking basically. I think even though a Dirty Rat here would actually be quite good for.
There's no
for
way.
Ice, yeah.
No,
There's no way
Ice
would
would.
have known,
Other
yeah.
Ice wouldn't play either because he can't tell. And
Oh,
you
and
see,
yes, so he
you
drew
see,
the
he wouldn't have
Faceless,
coined out the Dirty Rat, and then the
Yeah,
Flamer
and so here
Faceless
comes
will
the-
be the only minion.
So here comes the beatdown. I think the play next turn is to coin a Volcanic Potion.
Oh,
because,
definitely.
yeah,
You need to stop the
Yeah,
bleeding.
you
right
have to.
now.
You can't allow him to continue to run rush shot over you with all those pirates. This actually puts Ice in a pretty good position unless Mechanics draws a Totem Golem because
this-
Mechanics does not have a good turn 3 play unless he wants to replace his Jade Claws. But that would force him to not be able to play the Flimmery Faces on turn 4.
Mechanics is facing a weird decision. Does he Taunos or does he Hero Power?
I think he hero powers.
chooses the Hero Power since he has the 4 mana 7/7. So his future plays are.
So here comes the brand, which will allow for. Which will allow him to Ice to reclaim some.
It's
Yeah.
unfortunate, but you should answer the brand with the Jade Lightning instead of developing your 4 mana
Yes,
7/7.
that's correct.
Because if he does get the Kazakus, then you just lose.
That's a nice downers.
If you hold off your 4 mana 7/7 for one turn, you don't lose. And
So here comes the faceless.
Yep.
So obviously the South Sea deckhand is gonna hit face. The question is whether
you
he
definitely
chooses
clear
to,
the Thanos
yeah.
with your face. No
Yeah.
reason to hold the weapon when
yeah.
you already have another one.
Alex Strauss is a good draw actually for Ice. He can start planning his future turns. The polymorph is probably gonna go on the 7/7 this turn, I think.
Yeah, and then he takes another 4.
That's oh no
Another
another 5. That's okay. I think Ice is
Acceptable.
fine with this. Yeah.
It's acceptable losses.
Yeah. He will not be pleased, but it is better than taking 7 to the face. And so here comes the Jade army continuing to grow. Mechanics is in a good position because Ice does not have a sweeper currently, but the mind control tech could change that depending on what on what he gets.
Mind Control tech only takes 1 minion, and then
Yep.
your Frostbolt or Forgotten Torch takes another minion. Then Mechanics still has 3 more minions to go face.
Oh, he got terrible. He got the worst of the 5. So this
There's
this
still
is
3
looking
more
like,
minions, and
Yep.
it's lethal.
So this is gonna be lethal. Yeah. It looks like Mechanics is going to. Yep. Yeah. So that was a really brutal, really fast game. Despite the fact that Ice had a reasonably good hand, Mechanics just kind of overran him with all the aggression that we have come to expect from the Shaman.
I think Mechanics drew the even better hand.
Yeah.
Well, you can't call a Reno Mage without Reno a good hand, really.
That's true. But there's only one of each. He drew neither Kazakus nor Reno, and so now it's the final. So now Yep,
Mechanics is down to his
just
last deck.
just his Reno
And
Mage, which Ice,
unfortunately-
of course, Ice will
Ice,
kill the.
Ice
will kill
decides
the
to
Jade Druid into,
deny
yeah.
the
Clean
big
sweep,
tree.
yeah, this is a terrible matchup for the Reno Mage. And I'm sure Ice will be none too pleased, but I think he'll be happy that he did not have to fight this as a final game.
And we're gonna have to sit through this.
This is gonna be
Watch
yeah.
Ice slowly build his Jade army.
Yep. This is gonna be a pretty. It's gonna be pretty routine. Unless
But Mechanics, although it's a really bad matchup, he's not totally out of this. He can still potentially well, looking at his hand, it's not possible to rush down the Jade Druid
Yeah.
anymore. But it is possible for the mage to maybe try to start playing some early minions and try to take the board.
yes, I think
Not with this hand.
he needs to. Yeah. So his hand is terribly slow.
We saw him keep the Arcane Intellect, which I don't think is correct. You want to be mulliganing into your early minions. Even an Acidic Swamos represents 3 face damage early on.
Yep.
But I guess he is running the Alex Traza burn list, so draw does help you draw into your burn faster.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ice happily innovates out a 4/6 Druid Claw. This is gonna be problematic in the long run for in the long run for Mechanics.
Well, Mechanics has the clean answer with the Fireball, but he doesn't really want to be using his
I don't
burn,
think, yeah.
burn on the minions.
He chooses. He just
So-
chooses to do so. Yeah.
So this is great for the Druid because now that's 6 less damage to his face, and
Yeah. So now
It's
Fandra's
really
gonna
not-
make an appearance as
and-
well. Yeah. So it's
and
gonna be,
now he's facing a Fandral, which he doesn't have the Fireball for.
yeah.
anymore.
He'll polymorph the Fandral, but
That's really unfortunate
Yeah.
because then you won't have the polymorph for the Ancient Wall.
that's right. So
And if he doesn't polymorph the Fandral, he's gonna be facing a Nourish.
say hello
next
to
turn.
Nourish. Yeah. Or
So he has to do it.
Yep. So this is exactly why the matchup is so bad for the Reno Mage because
And the Druid drew.
Yeah.
The Druid drew well. and
hello,
the mage,
Ancient of War.
The mage drew badly, and
Yeah, this is kind of gonna be.
I think that's gonna be game.
yeah. This is gonna be one of the. This is one of the.
Let's
faster,
see what the
yeah.
Kazakus potion gives him. Maybe, but he needs to be going for the 10 mana potion. But here he's more or less forced to go for the 5 mana potion because he's so behind on board already.
Yep. Having said that, he's not under a huge amount of threat yet.
He
because
might
his
not
total
play
is
the
quite high,
Kazakus now.
yeah.
I think he waits for Bren and
Yeah.
Kazakus.
I agree. I think
So-
he might want to choose to either
Arcane
Arcane Intellect or Ice
Intellect.
Barrier this time. Probably Arcane Intellect will be better. No, he goes for the Kazakus.
Well,
Okay.
it doesn't really matter.
So it's a 10. He goes for the 10.
Why go for the 10 now and play the Kazakus now? It's quite weak on tempo. He should just go for the.
So he's gonna get the Mystic Wool, I think. Is that correct? Yep. So he gets the one. He gets the A Demon. Plus
Yeah,
one
that's the
Shield option.
correct potion, but he played Kazakus now, which floats 1 mana. It's kind of strange. He should have just gone for a 3 mana card,
And so the Jade army begins to grow for Ice.
starting at 1/1.
Yeah.
So one way for the mage to win is if the Jade Druid overcommits and has no cards left. But you can see the Nourish in
Yep.
I's hand
This
is
is gonna
pretty
give
much.
him, yeah.
That's pretty much game already.
It's kind of hard for the Druid to lose this matchup. So at this point, Mechanics has a problem because so he's gonna Forgotten Torch. It looks like he's gonna Forgotten Torch the Ancient of War.
It's more burn on.
and try to maybe
I think
he's gonna Finance Portal next turn. I think that's the plan.
Yeah, that's the plan. But maybe Mechanics should just go all in on the burn plan. But he already spent his Fireball, so it's really
Yep.
tough.
And the more cards that Ice draws, the more likely he's to get a Feral Rage, which is just gonna shut down the burn plan.
Yeah, this is just.
This is
it's
pretty
just-
brutal. This is pretty brutal. This is about as brutal as, even though it's not as fast paced, it's about as brutal as the previous match that we actually watched of the Reno Mage versus the Aggro Shaman. So anyway, this turn is definitely going to be a Finance Portal. Let's see what the summons. It's a Naga Sea Witch, which actually isn't bad for Mechanics at all.
That's gonna make a Pyroblast plus a Kazakus potion.
Yeah, but it also does mean he can only play 1 card a turn. So when he's at 8 mana. So the question is whether or not Mechanics wants to leave it alive. I think
Well,
the answer is probably no because
if the Kazakus potion is played, it dies. Or maybe our eyes will just remove it.
yeah, he just removed it to ensure that the
Don't allow the mage to do any funny
Yep.
stuff.
Yep.
You can the druid
cut
can
price-
win without
no
any
card price spells for you, my
without
friend.
any strange things happening.
Yep. He's already well on his way to winning. I don't see the mage doing anything. He did draw an Master Soul, yeah, which will help with the Kazakus potion.
It turns into a sheep, but he gets 8/8.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. The question is, what does Mechanics want to do this turn? He's facing the very real threat of of actually dying next turn because of the spell power from the Azure Drake. So he goes for the Ingmaster. He looks like he's going to go for the Ingmaster Solia.
I guess you give up on trying to. You have to give up on trying to run the Druid out of resources at this point. Just look at his hand size.
Yep.
And
So-
then
so the
and
Kazakh's
then you
potion
just
is
try
gonna-
to out tempo him. That's your only out left.
So this is why he's going for the Kazakh's potion, right? Because he just wants to ensure that that he has the ability to the potential to out tempo the Druid here. Forbidden Flame is nice too, actually, as a draw. It allows him to deal with whatever ice cast this turn.
So he'll probably go for a taunt. Is the safest.
Yep. So there goes the 5/10, which is going to be met with a whole bunch of. It's gonna be which is going to stand on the 8/8. So Mechanics does not have enough.
No real way to clear the. Oh, he can. He can.
He could Roaring Torch plus,
Roaring Torch
plus
Forbidden
Flame.
Flame it.
Yeah.
After spending another.
So Roaring Torch gives him 6. So Roaring Torch plus Hero Power the 1/1 plus Forbidden Flame clears the board and punches Ice for 8.
I think he should play the 3/2 instead of hero powering. He should just go all out on tempo. And try to get some.
I
face
think that's
damage.
about his only way to win. Because
But then I think he actually there's no point hitting the A in the face because he needs to Alex Straza the Druid for 15 damage.
so is he gonna go?
So
for
he's
the
just gonna go for the draw
Okay,
and
so
hit the
draws-
8/8 in.
Frost Nova's nice. Brand isn't bad, but
Frost Nova needs to be used later
Yep.
to potentially represent to protect all of the minions on your board.
Okay, so here goes the hero power. So he's trying to protect the 8/8 as much as possible.
Which is correct because if the 8/8 dies, I don't think
Yep.
I don't think
he can
Mechanics
also,
has any
on the other
hope
side, he
there.
can also try to entice the Druid to overcommit to the board and try to see if it'd be possible for him.
So
to,
R is playing really safe here because he knows he's in the
Yep, he's in the driver's seat. Yeah, he's in the driver's seat. The
choosing not
the
to
Jade
take
Army has
any
not
face
yet-
damage.
The Jade Army has not yet actually grown huge. Next is only 3/3 and 4/4.
He rushed for 3, not even drawing the card. He doesn't want to take a single point of
Okay,
damage.
so there goes the flame. It's gonna punch the ancient, and then the. Okay, so if the swipe, yep. So the swipe basically ensures that ice will be fine.
Yep.
Not gonna take 8 damage from the demon that was created by the Kazakh's potion.
And he just needs to play one golem a turn, and there's no way he can win. He can lose at this point.
Oh, and the Feral Rage ensures that he can't be burned out either. So this is gonna be pretty much game in a short while. Oh, he's actually gonna double. Oh no, he thought about double Jade Spiriting for a while and realized that would be suicidal if there's a board clear from the.
Well, he saw the swipe and the Feral Rage in hand, and he was like, "Yeah, I can just kill him next turn." But yeah. You definitely play it safe as the Druid.
There's no reason not to. I think Mechanics understands how much trouble he's in. He's probably trying to figure out if it's possible to actually do anything. It looks like he's
You ice
gonna Ice
barrier
Barrier,
to
yeah.
slow down the
and
Druids.
loot hoarder to make sure you can draw more
You
cards.
loot hoarder Thanos.
Do you cycle the Thanos
you
as
cycle
well?
the Thanos.
I think that
You
makes
just
sense.
need to draw your Alex Traza now. And your Antonidas.
Yep.
And then maybe you'll have a chance at burning the Druid
Okay.
until the lethal. It's not lethal?
It's not actually lethal, but
It's lethal, right?
no, it's
With
not
the
because
ice barrier.
because there's ice barrier.
Oh
yeah.
my, this might be detrimental for our eyes because he didn't even.
He might have thought that
it.
it was he might have thought that it was an ice block, and now actually it's problematic because
we're watching a troll in the game because now he doesn't have the 8 armor. So if the mage manages to set up a Alex Traza and get some
Yep.
fireballs off Antonidas,
yep.
we're
and-
going to see a victory for Mechanics here. Actually, I think.
Well, our ice does have lethal next turn, so Mechanics has to deal with the with the army.
he
in some
can
way or
just
another.
Frost Nova.
Yep, I think Antonidas Frost Nova is the play here. It's gonna be a problem. Oh, that's a problem now. So now ice has a problem.
Can't even answer the Antonidas. What?
Oh, okay. Well,
I
living roots.
think you gadgets are in your living room.
Yeah, living root's face. Yeah, your living root's face. He's out of swipes though, which is a problem. And the flame strike coming next turn is gonna wipe.
Ice
Ice
was
board.
really wasteful with all of the he played all the wild growths without saving them for auctioneer. He just played the
And the worst part is that his Jade Spirits, his Jade Golems are not sufficiently large to withstand a Flame Strike here. So basically, what Mechanics gets to do next turn is he gets to Flame Strike, Roaring Torch, and continue hitting face. This is a big problem actually. This is a big problem for Ice. Mechanics is low, but with having expended both the swipes in his deck, Ice is in a little bit of trouble here. You see, so now this is going to be a problem because everything's going to go to face. I know Mechanics obviously knows that he's in a straight up race now, and he's not afraid to go.
Oh man. So
God forbid that,
will Ice draw the lethal?
Ooh, that's
He's
that's
going
that's a
for
Jade
the
Blossom,
auctioneer living roots.
Yeah. That's an Eye of Black Paw, which is not going to help him right now. But the Jade Blossom, the Jade Blossom will though. The Jade Blossom will ensure that it keeps the Antonidas honest. As a Drake is good, but still not sufficient. He needs to. So let's see.
Oh, and Mechanics isn't drawing any healing, so.
Yep. So this is actually quite interesting.
But he is forced to
yes,
fireball the
which
5/5.
is why I said that the Jade Blossom will keep the Antonidas honest. He can't actually do. So he's gonna go to face with that, and he's gonna attack. I assume he's going to attack the. Yeah, he's gonna attack into the.
Question is, does he play Doomsayer here?
No,
Because
he chose straight up to just to do that. And Nourish is good because this will almost. So there's a Jade Idol.
because
a
if
Jade
he
Blossom.
could just prevent the druid.
So there's a living roots. The living roots into the
no
hero power.
justice. The druid just
Well,
almost threw that game.
in fairness, it was very likely he would draw the living roots, but this was
Too
too much of a
fast,
it was too much of a risk from our perspective. I think.
If the mage drew Reno Jackson,
Yep, that would have been straight up game.
the druid would have just lost the unlosable matchup.
Yep.
At that point, the game was unlosable, and then he proceeded to waste every card in his hand.
And Ice just barely squeaks out the win, and so now it's 2-1 in favor of Mechanics, and it's gonna be Jade Druid against
Shaman, mid-range Shaman.
yeah, mid-range. Oh no, sorry, it's Reno Mage against the mid-range Shaman.
Reno Mage versus the mid-range Shaman. So
That's interesting. I think the mid-range Shaman has a fairly good shot at this because of the later game cards that it
he's
plays.
running White Eyes instead of Alkill,
Yeah.
which represents less burst for the Shaman.
Yep. And so
Barnes is gonna be interesting if it
Yep.
gets White Eyes. That could be really
Yep.
strong.
Oh, so see Mechanics has a Pyroblast and
So I'd say this matchup is kind of 50-50.
yeah,
No,
this-
actually it's favored for this version of Reno Mage because Shaman, as we know, only has 2 Tsinyus, and I think the Reno Mage is actually favored very slightly. It's close to 50-50.
Mechanics hand is not very good though, especially since
No,
Ice
it's good.
Just
It's-
drew the
it's
just drew the
good.
turn 2 Totem Golem. I'm not
It's
sure.
a good hand. He has Frostbolt, he has Arcane Blast, he has Polymorph.
Would you frostbolt here, or do you just ping the Totem Golem? I think pinging the Totem Golem makes the most sense here.
Yeah, I think you just ping, because next time you can Frostbolt and ping.
Yep. Yeah, so I mean, basically, Ice doesn't have the fastest start, which is fine because he's mid range. He's gonna get a healing,
Oh,
which
and
is
the healing totem.
which is
the
nice.
Best,
Yeah,
best
which is very nice. Although the Totem Golem is eventually gonna meet its demise through a frostbolt ping. This is almost certainly gonna drop the thing from below next turn though, which is very good against the mage, especially since Mechanics does not currently have the ability to deal with the thing from below.
He definitely does not want to polymorph that.
No, sir. Not with Ragnaros and Aya as other potential
So I guess he'll
targets.
just go for the Babbling Book, see what he gets. Maybe a lucky Fireball.
Fireball would be nice. That or a second polymorph would work quite nicely. There are a lot of spells that Mechanics would get, but
Oh, I guess he's thinking Brand Babbling Book, yeah.
okay,
I think
so
that's
Babbling
better.
Book
even.
will want to fill up his
He
hand.
could even Ice Lance the 5/5 to protect his brand and prevent the.
Ooh,
but with the
maybe not,
Shatter
yeah.
draw.
Ooh, oh my!
With the Freezing
Oh,
Potion.
My! That's such a good Babbling Book.
So, I think he still uses a freeze.
Yeah, I think he uses the Ice Lance because
yeah,
the Ice Lance
because the
allows,
Ice Lance costs 1 mana.
Yeah, and so this allows protect to be protected.
Oh man, that
Having
that
said that,
babbling
having said that, the blood mage is gonna come out, or the Azure Drake is gonna come out with the coin to kill the lightning.
I think
bolt
he
the
should
giant.
Azure Drake.
Yeah, I agree.
The coin gets less and less valuable
Yeah,
as you go on.
I agree.
You just want to use it early on.
That's right. And so here goes the lightning bolt onto the brand.
So you traded your ice lance for his lightning bolt. That's totally worth it.
Yep. It's the less burn the shaman has, the better it is for you as the mage player. So he has a Reno, which is nice.
Reno isn't super important versus mid-range shaman. Not as important versus the aggro.
Yep.
And the shatter is really nice.
So the question now is whether he's gonna. I guess freezing potion shatter would be the play on the thing from below. He'll preserve his life total and allow him to.
Yeah, it's gonna be a weak turn for mechanics, but next turn he has the Firelands portal.
Yep. Although having said that, the next turn for the next turn ice has the white ice, either the white ice or the barns.
Which died to Firelands portal.
Yeah, but the
Drake survives.
The Drake's not gonna
yeah.
survive. Yeah, the Drake's gonna survive for sure.
Nothing much you can do about that as the mage. You're just gonna wait for your flame strike to come about. But I think you should definitely shatter the 5/5 here.
Yep. Oh no,
Or
he's gonna go for the Drake.
I think it's bet. He's worried about the spell power, but I think the extra damage, the taunt
Yes,
ability.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
If you shatter the 5/5 taunt, you even get rid of the totem. But I'm not sure how, because you don't know how long that Drake is gonna stick on the board and how much that spell power is gonna work out in the future.
And so here comes the binds probably. I think I would binds here if I were ice. But
White
no.
Ice plays around flame strike a bit better.
That's true. So here comes So I think from below this turn is gonna meet its untimely demise at the hands of a Firelands portal. So that's a good play by ice because it allows him to dodge the flame strike, which would otherwise have wiped his board. He goes for the polymorph with the white ice. Very
that's
interesting.
I would definitely have considered the Firelands portal on the 5/5.
That's right.
Because you can just polymorph you can just end up polymorphing the.
We've got two very polymorph.
I think that was just straight out a misplay by mechanics because you could just end up polymorphing the 10/10 if it ever comes to be an issue, or Pyroblast the 10/10.
Yep.
You're not really worried about the Storm Guardian getting
As
shuffled.
it is now, the Ragnaros is going to cause mechanics all sorts of problems. He does not currently have the ability to.
He definitely needs
do
to
anything
Arcane
about
Blast Aya and trade into it. He can't be taking all this face damage.
Yep. Being at 17 is fairly dangerous, especially against a shaman that plays two Jade Lightnings and two lightning bolts. He's gonna go for the
truck. No.
My goodness. This is gonna be a great turn for ice. Ice chooses not to do anything. He's gonna go for it's a flame tongue. So he gets a flame tongue and he's gonna punch.
He positioned the flame tongue wrongly. He could have traded his.
That's okay. Basically the flame strike is gonna occur this turn. I think, and it's gonna summon a 3/3 Jade Golem.
And that's gonna be lethal.
That's gonna be game because Ragnaros is gonna come down and eat.
Well, it's a 50-50.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that mechanics isn't in trouble though.
Well, if the rank misses, then he still has Reno.
It's a 3/3. It's a 3. The death battle is a 3/3. Okay, so that means the Jade Lightning doesn't quite kill off mechanics yet, but the 3/3 goes for the 3/3. It's interesting. So actually, in this case, if you are
that's just straight out lethal.
Yeah, that's lethal.
Without the 50-50.
Yep. In goes the claws. In goes the golem. In goes the
mechanics with the.
In goes the lightning, and that's gonna be
polymorph.
Yep. And that's gonna be game. And so from 0-2 down, our ice has come back to draw 2-2, and we are on to a rubber game. In the finals of our Tavern Hero qualifier. And so it's going to be Reno Mage against Reno Mage, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be Reno Mage against Reno Mage. This is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a very skill testing matchup. It's also gonna take very long. It's gonna be quite a battle.
I actually think our eyes is favored versus mechanics version of Reno Mage. Mechanics running the more burn focused version, whereas our eyes has more value. So not sure how this game is gonna pan out, probably just gonna be a lot of attrition back and forth.
Yes. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go to fatigue actually if it
No,
comes
no,
down to
I
it.
highly doubt they will go to fatigue. Well, I can't say that. I mean, I'd say only some of the games go to fatigue. About half of them.
So here's the about half is kind of that's, if it's about half, then it's kind of the norm. So we see a turn one babbling book from our eyes, and which is also going to be answered by a turn one babbling book for mechanics clearly.
Yeah, pretty straightforward
Yeah, I
plays.
mean, these turns
We're
are not-
pretty inconsequential the outcome.
The-
Unfortunately, our eyes got the better spell.
The arcane explosion is definitely inferior to the polymorph ball there, without question. And so here comes mechanics. Mechanics is gonna cast the loot hoarder here.
Yeah, because he's running the more burn-oriented version. He wants to be cycling fast, which is gonna represent a problem because he's gonna get that much closer to fatigue. This is an interesting pick.
Curse
I
of
guess
Reform is a cute way to get around
ice
this-
block,
yeah,
but I think you still go
yes.
for the arcane
Yes,
blast.
I agree. I fully agree. It's just a better card overall, better for you in the overall scheme of things.
And Iris already knows that mechanics is going to be cycling fast and trying
That's
to.
right. Having said that, mechanics is building up quite a nice hand. In conjunction with Emperor Tori-san, he's got his Antonidas.
Oh yes, definitely.
Which is,
He has the
It's pretty
entire.
fantastic. Yeah.
I think he has the entire ensemble. All he
Yeah.
needs now is a pyroblast.
Yes. So Ice Barrier is nice. It'll allow him to soak up some damage. I think he happily waits for turn 6 to just go try to get his spell cost reductions. So in the meantime, he just tries to soak up as much pressure as possible from our eyes, because once he does manage to cast his Archmage Antonidas, the spells in his hand will potentially allow him to win the game.
We're gonna probably see at least 3 or 4 fireballs
Yes.
potentially.
Does mechanics coin out the Emperor this turn, or does he wait for turn 6 to potentially
No,
allow
you
him to?
you should save the coin for
the Antonidas.
to get another fireball.
So what will he do this turn instead then?
So is he on 10 cards already?
Yes, he is on 10 cards, which is why he's
That's a
thinking
bit of
quite
a
hard about. Yeah.
problematic.
So he's gonna cast
He's
the Thanos,
gonna-
but that doesn't
he's-
solve the 10
He's
card
gonna
problem.
Arcane Explosion because it's the least useful card.
Yep. Yeah, you can see that Ice understands the matchup. He just cast the mind control tag to ensure that he puts more pressure on mechanics life total. Everything else in the hand is currently inconsequential. Although the polymorph ball might be very useful later on to ensure to either kill the Antonidas or ensure lethal with an attack.
We see that RS has the Reno and the Alex, and the Alex in this case might be a defensive Alex, given how much burn mechanics is potentially gonna.
The potential burn in mechanics hand is pretty strong. It's quite a lot of. So I think he's gonna blood mage into the arcane explosion here.
Yeah, definitely seems like the
Okay, so that goes
the
to
best way to
Arcane
get
Explosion,
the weakest card to get rid of.
Yep. So that first Nova is not going to do very much at the moment for Ice. He's just going to ping the Antonida, the Dalnus, and which is going to draw. Ooh, so mechanics has a lot of burn in his hand, and so the Emperor is going to be very very good for him.
And this is a clear Emperor turn, I think.
It's very obviously going to be the Emperor.
No.
He doesn't.
He could Doomsail and wait a turn, but then you're kind of weak to Dirty, right?
Yep. So
I don't really-
Ice does not have the. He has the Hope Ice does not have the Dirty Rat, which he does not. So this actually is good for mechanics. It allows him to cleanly set up the board for the Emperor. It's a little greedy, but I think I can see why he did that.
Yeah,
Wants to gain every possible advantage.
but then
against this.
Doomsail is not too bad to cleanly set up your Alex or your Antonidas turn 2, but
Yep.
I guess if you can Doomsail on an empty board, that's when you want. That's the best time to
I think in
Doomsail.
this case, the Emperor needs to die. So
It will
Ice
die.
expending a fireball on it is not the worst thing in the world for mechanics, because mechanics is simply gonna drop the Antonidas next turn start
And
going
he
down.
even has a minion to.
That's right.
He has a minion to start.
Oh, he goes for the.
Yeah, you definitely
goes for
Alex.
the-
You
goes for the
definitely
Alex.
just Alex first because you put the AA on the board and now your opponent wants to Reno.
Yep. You force your opponent to Reno. So he's gonna Manic Soulcaster the
Reno.
Reno.
Reno,
Surely
for sure.
he has to. Yeah, Manic Soulcaster the Reno. Yeah. Okay, so he freezes up the Alex. Is this a clear Antonidas turn or
Well,
is it?
is he at 10 cards? Because he's gonna burn a card.
Yep.
But I guess he doesn't really mind burning the card because Oh, he's going for the Frost Nova?
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
this- this
Right,
allows for the- yeah.
he's gonna cast everything.
Yeah, this is gonna be
Maximum
this is gonna be maximum.
fireballs.
This is gonna be maximum burn. Yeah,
Just
this,
Arcane Blast, the Reno, set up the Flame Strike.
yep. This is actually very. This is actually
And
very
we're seeing
interesting. Yeah.
4 fireballs
Yeah, so-
and one discounted.
Yep. And this is
So
gonna be
4
quite.
fireballs from Antonidas,
And
one
one-
from
one discounted.
his deck.
So the Kazakus is a really good draw for Ice.
But
I assume
he
that
can't he can't kill the Antonidas. Oh, he can
he can polymorph
Bob
it, yeah, and he's probably going to expand
Frost Nova.
either the Frost Nova or the Arcane Blast to.
But he needs
kill
to
it.
answer the Alex Straza.
That's right.
The question is, does he Frost Nova Doomsail?
Frost Nova Doomsday is a possibility, but he might also prefer to just volcanic.
Oh, Volcanic Potion, Arcane Blast, and
Hero
kill
Power.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, there goes the board. It's interesting because now actually Mechanics has a decision to make. Does he want to does he want to Ink Master Solia? There's a lot of burn in his hand. That is six.
Yeah, definitely.
6 times. That's
he
6
just
times.
Master,
yeah.
Pyroblast, and Fireball the face. But I actually think it's wrong to start with the Pyroblast Fireball. Well, he develops the 5/5 to contest the board.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not wrong.
So Kazakus is.
But he could have gone
yeah.
with the safe play of just Fireball in case your opponent draws the Reno that he shuffled in from Mana
That's right. That's right.
Soulcaster.
Although it's not a huge probability. To be fair, I think here he just wants to draw Reno. I think ISS here just wants to draw Reno. But if he does, if you whiffs on the Arcane Intellect, then actually he's in a lot of trouble because
Ice knows that there's more than one Fireball in Mechanics'
Yes.
hand.
so he's gonna go
He's
for
gonna
the
go for the 5 mana.
Yeah, 5
and
mana
look for
spell,
the
yeah.
armor.
so he's gonna get a Mystic Wool almost
And
certainly.
if he doesn't get the armor, no, he should.
He could Ica. It's possible.
there's
no, he does
no-
not. He
there's no
can.
armor.
Yeah, he can kill the Solia, but
There's
it's
no
not,
armor.
Yeah.
I think that's game.
Yeah, I think it is game. Let's see what he gets. He draws 2.
There's no healing.
Ice
There's
block.
no
Yes,
healing
ice block.
left.
Oh, he is actually going to lose to.
That's gonna be game.
It's gonna be game. Oh, well done to congratulations to Mechanics. Well played by Ice as well, coming back from 0-2 to nearly win the game, to nearly win the match. But congratulations to Mechanics, who is the now the winner of our Tavern Hero qualifier. So he will have a spot in the winter championships.
No,
in the-
a spot in the
yeah.
Tavern Hero
Tavern
tournament,
Hero
which
tournament,
allows you to qualify for the Winter
So,
Championship.
so congratulations to Mechanics. So this will conclude today's stream. Thanks everyone for watching, and we will see you again next time at Grey Ogre Games. Thank you.
and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down. and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down. and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Romantic, isn't it?
Shut up and sit down.